Okay. Everyone should be back now, and that should hopefully sort out the excessive delay that we were getting. I do apologise for that. As we have an E3 along with the A50 as well, quite close to each other. Do you reckon this E3 and the A50 are annoying each other with each other's radar interference? Okay, there we go. Should be all good now. Meanwhile, here we have Lasky and the Arrows heating, fighting in the north. Rossman operating relatively unbothered around this area in the south central area of Cyprus. As we see those parachute bomblets pop up and begin exploding everywhere. There's only one thing for them to shoot, which was, I believe, an SA-8. And Rossman successfully takes out the surfaced air defences in this area. Draxus and Patara still getting their work done in their helicopters. But welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Patara and Draxus heading around and continuing to build more and more and more surface-to-air batteries, but Aria here launching AGM-88s at about 40 nautical miles. Looks like they're going towards Thala, the airfield that was previously cratered by many, many JSOWs. Now, it looks like we had an F-16 go down here. Why was that? It must have been Rossman. And if it was Rossman, what got him? Nonetheless, the 343rd members in the north are running out of ordnance. High-speed anti-radiation missiles. Is this a public server? No, this is not Machine Gun 419. This is an organised event by the 51st PVO called Syrian Incident. Details can be found on various places, not the least of which is their website. So if you have a quick look here, you can find the information for it. These harms are going long, and I don't think they're destined to strike anything. But Altenews here is coming along an SA-15. He is at 35,000 feet. And I'm not 100% sure if they can shoot that far. But they might be able to. I think the ground commander's got control of that unit, and I think he's turned off the radar and is driving away. Patara here, continuing to do all of that important work. Thank you very much for everyone who takes the time to support me, and of course all of the organisers of this event. It takes a huge amount of effort, and obviously streaming is just one small part of an enormous apparatus. And this is all done for the love of the game. There's not money to be made in this sort of thing. So, thank you for your patience, and thank you for your presence. 1 Delta Fox 1, thank you for the follow, and Taddy Wildcat as well. Lasky and Electro Bull here in their JF-17s. I would not want to be fighting along the coast against these two. Probably two of the best beyond visual range pilots that there are in the skies at the moment. Looks like the battle's coming to a bit of a lull now, but the 343rd are taking advantage of Urkan Air Base here on Cyprus. Looks like Z9 Max is coming in to join them. Now that they've dealt damage to the SAM systems in Cyprus, they may end up having free rein to deal with these air bases as they see fit. The Reds are probably going to want to see if they can get some cap working in that area, as we see a whole slew of GBU-38s heading out towards a blue fob. Short-range air defences are attempting to intercept the bombs. But 2 of them hit. 3 of them hit. As we see what looks like a... Is this a Hawk battery? No, this is, I've forgotten what this is called. But I should know. It's a NASAMS, of course. More SD-10s coming out from the JF-17s. Going out towards the 404 Squadron. Vicky and Dice. Vichi's going to have to be careful here, because he's flying right towards these missiles. It all depends on whether or not these SD-10s are going for the right targets. And it looks like they are. Vici may be in serious trouble here. Vici gets splashed as Electro Ball or Lasky. It looks like it was Lasky that fired that missile. And the only thing that would be worse is if he loses his teammate here too. As Dice goes defensive, this missile's still travelling at 1,200 knots. Not very fast. Dice just needs to fly away. Okay, so the second 404th member manages to get away. Okay, Z9 Max is heading in to land with the rest of his squad, the 342. That ad break isn't meant to happen like that. That one didn't even give me warning that time. Usually I get given a 5-minute warning when Twitch is going to play ads. That one just exploded randomly. Okay, Z9 Max down and safe. As the 343rd KU begins rearming and refueling. Adler, Dice, and Alpha Whiskey here, now down 1 pilot. As Draxus and Patara are flying helicopters in formation. I love the Mi-8. I don't know why. It's... just, it's a helicopter that looks like a helicopter. Okay. Elsewhere in the world. In the north, Raffet Bro is flying directly over several fobs here. Look at how lightly equipped this aircraft is. He's like, I want to go fast. I want to go as fast as I can. So he'll be looking for trouble, but gotta be careful flying over those fobs. Those SHORADs will reach out and slap you. As Majoji is getting hard work done here in the Mi-8s. Thank you for your patience with the ad break, guys. Sorry it came out of the blue. I'd received no warning, like I usually do, that that one was about to happen. I must have said something horrible. Twitch was like, cut to commercial, get him out of here. I'm like, ah, no. Okay, Bravo Strom, Valkyr. Valkyr, after doing a bunch of logistics in the Mi-8, swaps out his helicopter for something with engines that spin a little bit faster. You shouldn't get ads you should get ads every hour. There should be 3 minutes of ads every hour. That is the absolute minimum that you can play on Twitch. And I tell them every time, I say, Twitch, play the fewest number of ads possible under any circumstances. And they're like, sure. And they're like, oh, you just went live? Hey, here's 3 minutes of ads. Also, you can't turn this off. And I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, come on, really? Oh. You want to know how much money I make from ads? I think... ooh, no. Wade's in trouble here. He's got a PL-12 coming for him. Wade's going to have to defend harder than this. He's at 41,000 feet. Wade, no, you're better than this. Come on, Wade! Oh my god, is he just going to get it kinetically? Where is this missile going? Wade manages just to tell that missile that he's not interested, and it decides to go for someone else. Valkyr having to turn away, has an AIM-120 of his own to contend with, but it's slowed down to 1,000 knots. Anyway, the amount of money I make off Twitch ads every month is about $2 on a good day, if the money's good. On a bad day, maybe I get like 70 cents. But, you know, 70 cents, that's enough for, well, nothing. Used to be enough for an ice cream at McDonald's, but not anymore. Valkyr's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't drag this 120 and then accidentally splash Cookie with it. And hello, look at this. We have a wing long. You've got to admire the Chinese in their practicality. Commander, we've invented this new UAV. It has enormous wings. What should we call it? Wing long. Long wing. There's got to be something to this. Okay. So, let's zoom out here and have a look at the map as a whole. In the north, Raffet Bro in his super speed loadout. Looks like he's heading back to base. The other pilots that have been working in this area, Armudu Stekken, Chaos Bal, and Canaful, have been making good use of their time to rearm and refuel. The question is, are they going to go for cap, or are they going to go for some ground attack? A stick of gum? Can you even get a stick of gum for 70 cents now? I reckon one of those cheap packs of like Hi-Chew or whatever the American equivalent is, they're probably like $1 now. Alpha Whiskey, Aria, and Adler in the south, along with Dice, who is very close to a Shorad. And Dice gets too close and gets splashed by an SA8. Long, long man. Okay. The hips don't lie, and they also return to the airfield. But for me, it's long, long stream. As Cookie and Bravo Strom form up for air battle here. The Reds are holding their own very effectively in the south. The only problem is that in doing so, they are leaving the north a little bit undefended. And the 343rd are taking advantage of it, inflicting quite a lot of damage on the island of Cyprus. Tadano Kakasi taking off here with his speed brakes all the way out. And when you're carrying that many bombs, I reckon he'll probably find out quickly that he is not going very fast. I'm begging you, Tadano, please close your air brakes. Oh no. I've done that so many times, especially in the F-16. I wish more planes had more obvious indicators of when your air brakes are in or out. And Benham 8 here, still flying around here equipped with cap, but this cheeky SA-15 is causing all kinds of hassle here. Don't incident your Syria. If you're Syria, then I'm going to have an incident. I'm here to cause incidents. And that's not a coincidence. That's something you can inference. I've always thought that I'd be really good at writing rap music, but I don't have any facts to back that up. And Tadano Kakasi still has his air brakes open. Drops countermeasure just to make sure they work. Ted Strike, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Did any of you guys catch the World Series last night? Only 3 missiles make that 2 for Valkyr. It's very annoying that the indicator on the 16 is so small. Yes, and also in a place that you never look. It's like by your left knee near the countermeasures panel, and I'm like, I reckon I look at that panel once during startup, and then that's it. You see, the best ones are the ones that will put a caution on the HUD. But, no. The F-14 is the worst for this. The F-14, I think, doesn't tell you anything. Yay, yes! 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 He closed his speed brakes! Ah! And Tadano is probably going, oh, it flies so much better now. I can go above 300 knots. Okay, AIM 120s going in both directions. Cookie firing towards Alpha Whiskey firing towards Bravo Strom. Looks like this missile might have a bit of potential. Not sure what it's tracking, actually. It looks like it's going straight for the dirt. Alpha Whiskey gets away. Cookie and Bravo Strom as well. It's very interesting to compare the kinds of fighting that we're seeing here to the sorts of fighting that we see at SATAC. Obviously, SATAC is a decisive battle in which it's all or nothing, and people tend to expend their resources enthusiastically and quickly to finish the battle decisively and quickly. However, in this instant, in a 6-hour-long event where you have one life, you're going to find yourself defending against missiles in an entirely different way. The F-16 makes a sound. I've never heard this. I mean, you can hear the sound of the air brakes go open. It sounds kind of like rushing. It sounds like rushing air, but that's not the best, as Aria launches a missile into the sky as the continuing air battle in the south remains indecisive. Aria firing towards the 51st PVO, Twist, Technotinium, Trout in J11s and Su-33s, as Cookie and Bravo Strom start heading away. Valkyr in the J11 is at 48,000 feet. I wonder where he's going. Because he's not going to a friendly airbase. And I don't think that there's any AWACS to engage. Alright, we have another CBU 105 coming out from the 343rd in the north. But missiles are coming out to try and deal with it. Ooh, it misses. That's not going to miss twice. Yeah, whooshing sounds. Nah, I'm the same as you. I don't hear that, really. No luck for Tadano Kakasi so far. The battle in the north is not particularly complex at the moment. We have Caniful, Chaos Ball, and Raffet Bro. Looks like it's relatively conservative anti-SAM loadouts. They're not carrying ECM pods, but they are carrying harm targeting systems. Thank you for the follows and subscriptions today, guys. Much appreciated. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to hit the follow button down below. There's also links to my Discord and to my Twitter in chat periodically, and links below the stream. I stream DCS events, DCS content, and a wide variety of other stuff as well. It would be a pleasure to have your company. Trust me, I'm a nice guy, and I run a nice community, and I can be really funny sometimes, but not all the time. Once every 2 weeks, I think I can be funny. No, actually, probably 3. No, 2.5. I reckon I tell one good joke every 2.5 weeks, and trust me, you don't want to miss it. There's a lot of trash that we have to work through before we hit the goods, though, so, you know. MIM 104, Valkyr, being told in no uncertain terms to go away. That's a Patriot missile. Scared the absolute shit out of me, sorry. Just get jump scared by my own stream. We have Haka 032 flying in with JDAMs and 1 AMRAM. Hello Fairbanks, welcome in. I'm going to shout you out. Hope you're doing well though. What have you been up to? Have any of our mutual friendship circles dissolved into chaos, or is everything okay? Only sometimes? Yeah, that's true. How you going, Sharklet? I'm sorry to hear that you've been feeling unwell. But I hope that you're on the mend to some extent. Okay, Haka, not dropping anything just yet. As Cookie and Adler start trading missiles in all directions, Adler's got Shorad fired at him. Well, Cookie's got to be careful here because Arya's pushing him. 15 nautical mile AIM 120 shot is pretty deadly with quite an altitude advantage, but this is an AIM 120 Bravo. You can tell it's an AIM 120 Bravo because of the not clipped winglets on the front. You see at the front of the missile? AIM 120Cs have clipped little winglets on them so that they fit into the weapons bay of, I think it's the F-22, but someone who knows better than me will probably be able to say. Welcome in, Fish. You've been vibing? That's good. You doing okay as of yesterday? Oh, did you finally do the huge fart that makes your stomachache go away? The stream delay is wild. Unfortunately, with the nature of this event, that's the way it goes. It also means that if I accidentally say something incredibly offensive, I also have time to quickly stop the stream. Okay, it looks like Papa No and Z9 Max are taking off now, with more anti-radiation missiles. I didn't test it, but people keep saying that the AIM 120C-B beats the C kinematically, ignoring the lofting differences and such. What I was, the myth that I was always told, Sharklet, was that because the AIM 120B has bigger control surfaces, it's better at close range. I wouldn't be able to tell you if the B beats the C kinematically, because I've never seen anyone use them. I don't see people use them by choice, but when Contention was running its modern game mode, where they gave everyone AIM 120 Bravos instead of Charlies, it felt like the Bravos were a little bit shorter range than the Charlies, but that might have just been a placebo. Tanano Kakasi is going to want his teammates to come along and start dealing with the surface-to-air batteries that keep shooting down all his stuff. But yes, I must say, Chocolate, that I think, or at the very least, the rumor I was told was that the AIM 120 Bravo can pull more Gs at close range because it has bigger control surfaces. But that never felt like it was 100% true to me. Looks like things are calming down a little bit. Did Harker get his bombs off? Yes, he did. I think we're seeing Trout and Twist actually beginning to make their way over to Cyprus to interrupt the ongoing fight that's happening among the ground forces and the 343rd. Bigger control surfaces don't correlate to better turning ability. No, that's why I didn't really believe it. Because it sounded like an idea someone's had that doesn't sound true. The question is, I don't know if there's any difference between the Seeker head in the Bravo and the Charlie. Truth be told, though, for like the last almost 2 years, 3 years, it feels like, AIM-120s have not been behaving particularly well. Certainly in the most recent SATAC, it felt as if the reliability of long-range AIM-120 shots had dramatically changed and reduced, which seems somewhat counterproductive considering that they were making a big deal about all of their INS updates and things like that, INS systems, and it didn't seem to make much difference. The War Thunder devs argued that American missiles and Russian missiles have to turn the same because they have the same size control surfaces, when in reality this isn't the case, as it's a tad more complicated. Yeah, in fact. How hard can it be? What is it? Rocket science? Oh, it is. Never mind. That's fair enough. Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Sharklet? That's why the R-77 kind of sucks, because those grid fins are Ginormomegasaurus and cause hella drag. Okay, we have some periodic battling going on between Chaos Bal, YA, Raffet Bro. Let's see if Raffet Bro is going speedy again. He's got some LGBs. Cool. Did the US ever develop a gridfin SAM or air-to-air missile? I don't think they did. It would be interesting, though. Everything in DCS is client-side, and the longer a missile flies for, the more desync it has for everybody apart from the person who fired it. Oh, goodness me, Sharklet. I think we all need to just play Falcon BMS. Also, if this SA-15 turns on, it's going to kill Benham. Thank you, Carshell, for the Prime subscription. It's a pleasure to have you. I hope you're having a good time. I'm having a good time having you here. The grid fins are fantastic for above Mach. Why is that? Is it because once they're going at Mach, they're not producing as much wind resistance? Don't know actually what the truth of the matter might be there. Chaos Bal's gotten a little bit close, and it looks like he's getting some SA-11 missiles, which always explode and frighten me when they lose track. Ah. But good news, Sharklet. I've relearned a little bit how to fly the Apache. So if you would still like to fly together at some stage, then it would be my pleasure. Mika! It's Mika! Mika! Hello, dog. How are you? Okay, so we're seeing the 51st PVO send 3 pilots over to Cyprus, and the 343rd have 3 pilots as well. The Jack Hawk 9000, I'm pretty sure my roommate used to have one of those under his bed. The Jackhawk 5000. Falcon 4.0 is $20 on Steam, and I'm broke. I'm sure you can get it for cheaper in different places. I can't speak anymore. I'm too stupid. Aerodynamics with Mark 1 gets complicated, as the surface area of the object has to remain consistent throughout the entire length to prevent subsonic air from being trapped. Ah, you see. It's interesting, Sharklet, because I've always wondered why the standard missiles have strakes along the side of them. Like the SMs have... They have kind of stabilization strakes along the body, which people were telling me on the JDAM was to prevent spin. And I wonder if it's the standard missile needs to use it to prevent spin and it's part of its guidance, or what? Okay, the 51st, startling the 343rd here. The question is, do they have any AWACS coverage? The E3, I think, here will definitely be able to detect them, but it is 220 nautical miles. They are over water, though, and they are in big old planes. And Papa No fires two AIM-120s in quick succession here. They package easier than wings for the same amount of lift. Okay. I didn't even consider that. Okay, Papa No with two missiles fired at 45 nautical miles. How fast are they going? They're going at 1,300 knots. I don't think they're going to have the speed. I don't think these missiles have potential, but we'll see. They're slowing right down, though, at 540 knots. They're barely moving. I'm just waiting for the moment that this SA-15 gets switched on. It is going on a bit of an adventure. I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. I'm on my way from misery today. Thought I was going to get run over. I may not have the fuel to make it back from Cyprus. Fortunately, there are air bases in Cyprus that they can land at. Okay, those two AIM-120s have gone active, forcing Twist and Tech to go defensive. Two PL-12s fired in response, but no effect. Z9 Max is 20 nautical miles from Trout, and Trout has fired a PL-12. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it was from where it is, we obtain a difference, or deviation. Okay, rightfully so. Papa No takes over from Z9 Max, firing AIM-120s. That is a 20 nautical mile shot towards Trout. Very low PK. Valkyr and Cozy looking at each other now. Both equipped for air-to-air. Okay, the window for shooting has opened as two AIM-120s come off the rails. Heading over towards Valkyr, who's already fired a PL-12. Two shots. I don't think either of these have potential. 30 nautical miles. 120's being fired in all directions here. Tadano Kakasi, still carrying bombs as well, is not going to be able to achieve the kind of kinematics that he's going to want to engage in BVR. Can someone send me a pizza? Or something? I'm really hungry. Actually, no. I had wings last night. I shouldn't eat pizza tonight. The mechanic's been away for approximately 24 hours, and I can't go from eating wings and pizza on one day. Springfield 11 still doing wing the long way. Sorry. The battle continues. Papa No landing down here with urgency. More missiles, please. Uh-oh. That is not what you want to see. I can't tell if his landing gear is collapsed or just not out. But he's not going to be going anywhere. Dano Kakasi and Technitinium firing off in both directions. Why such a low probability of kill? Too long range shot. The shots happening at too longer range. Missiles fired against maneuvering targets only really have a chance if they're within 15 nautical miles of each other. Hey, sir! Yes, this one is going much better. A little bit of stuttering, but nothing huge. The problem is that Papa No is now going to be out of this fight for at least 3 minutes. Potentially much longer. Well, no. Papa No, the wheels go down before you land. But I can understand the confusion. He's going to have to wait for the repair timer now, which is 140 seconds. In the tension of battle, though, it's easy to make mistakes. Okay, Twist and Z9 Max trade missiles at 17 nautical miles at 18,000 and 12,000 feet. This music does go kind of dummy, doesn't it? Let's see if we can get more like this. Okay, Cozy here is chasing down Valk here, but no effect just yet. That pod definitely has some scratches now. Yeah, got to do a belly landing on the ECM pod. Okay. Looks like the 343rd are actually being forced off Cyprus entirely. If they have to make all their... go all the way back to Incirlik, that's going to have negative consequences. Hello, Soyboy Beta. Yeah, the look over the shoulder was like, huh? Soyboy Beta, hope you're doing well, sir. I hope you're doing well too. And that's going to leave Papa No in a very, very inconvenient place. All alone and frightened. Yeah, man. The problem's on this side of the plane. I reckon if you just went outside of the aircraft and you just lifted up the right wing, then you could probably get the landing gear to pop out and you'd take off again. But the forces of the 51st PVO are going to have to be careful because there are blue units on Cyprus. Belly landing on an ECM pod is better than belly landing on a full tank. Yeah, but imagine doing a huge burnout by leaving a trail of fire behind you when you land your F-16. White Raven still dutifully doing their job here, building. Hello, Patara. And Cookie drops some GBU 38s on Kiryat. Very long-range drops, too. What's everyone's favourite nose cone on the GBU 38s? Looks like we've just got plugged here. Any... No. Can't make that joke. Anyone plugged right now? Shouldn't have said it. That's so funny, Flop. this Syrian incident. Okay. Kiryat Shmauna. What do GBU 38s and my jokes have in common? Bombs most of the time. Where is this going? Looks like these ones aren't getting intercepted. Ooh, but it's not a direct hit. Does manage to spear the Roland, though. And the other bomb manages to take out a CRAM. And it's really annoying because in Broken Arrow you can spawn CRAMs, and now they've given it an upgrade package that puts the CRAM on it, which is the SEA RAM. And whichever person in the US military that thought it was really funny that the CRAM platform also has an attachment that's just called the SEA RAM, I want you to know you're annoying, and it's not as funny as it sounds. You have no idea what the different nose fuses do? Okay, things for Papa No have gone from bad to worse. Grubworm, some of them have to do with fuse timings. I think one of them makes so that it can airburst. But, I don't know if the airbursting noses actually work. Sharklet probably knows. Sort of think Sharklet knows. You like the one that you don't forget to arm? It's always one of the better ones. We've got a PL-12 heading to Altanus, who's not doing too much to get away from it. Altanus might be in trouble here. Altanus gets hit, but... Ooh, desync missile. Altanus manages to get away from it with the skin of his teeth. Now I have no remorse if this SA-15 actually manages to get one of them, because they've used up their one life. It's really easy to forget to arm the bombs in the World War II Mosquito. The 51st PVO relocates to Cyprus. With the enormous J11s making their way towards the runway. Ooh, you know what I've got in the kitchen? I know what I'm going to make for dinner. Salmon. I've got some fresh salmon. But should I bake it or should I fry it, is the question. Any salmon heads in chat? Any salmon guys? We're salmon guys. Of course we go upriver to spawn. Sharky knows a lot about metal birds. Yeah. Not as much as me, though, because I am one. She doesn't know how it feels. You managed to get one you missed? Oh, I'm sorry, Ustio. The nature of the battle does mean that, that I will miss things. Ooh, oh, there we go. And there they are. We're still flying half a plane. Has Papa No managed to get back on his wheels? Yes, he has! The venerable Papa No has had the ground crew come out with a forklift and pick his plane up. And Cozy flying directly over this SA-15. Majoji, oh my god, is Majoji flying an Mi-8 all the way to Cyprus? A 123 nautical mile Mi-8 flight. Oh! Soak a cedar plank and barbecue it. I wish I could. As an Alaskan, I must admit you smoke the salmon. I haven't got any big enough rolling papers to fit the salmon inside of it. I've only got little ones for cigarettes. And it must be pretty difficult to get the salmon lit. Okay, here comes Spade. Gotta give a lot of love to Spade. One of my main men when it came to SATAC. No, I only have access to a kitchen and the all sorts of things you'd expect to have inside of it. And it's an English kitchen, so it has nothing good in it. Just like a kettle. You now know 3 Alaskan people? You already know, like, 50% of the people who live in Alaska, Flop. That's crazy. 3 more and you'll know everyone. Someone told me that Alaska is so low in population that Every single citizen gets their own electoral college vote. And Rion Aaron, thank you for the follow. A reminder, guys, that if you enjoy my content, you can hit the follow button down below. Also, there are links to my Discord and to my Twitter, appearing in chat and beneath the stream as well. Good places to get airshow content sprayed all over you, 24/7. Scientifically proven to make you better at flying. Beautiful landing from Spade. Hey, there's at least 10 people here? Yeah, I'm sure they want you to believe that. I thought he tail struck, but he used the parachutes. Let's go. A Sonic song on your DC. Live and learn. I'm speechless with the flight that Majoji's going on right now. My guy is doing the first intercontinental MI8 MTB2 flight. Can't even see Cyprus yet. Sometimes you have to share the boat. Oh, I see. But here we go, the White Raven, Squadron of Virtual Pilots. Cozy is really low down next to this SA-15. Did it fire at him? It must have. Don't tell me he's trying to gun it. If he gets away with this. Oh no. This is not necessarily how suppression of enemy air defense typically works. Uh-oh. Here comes a missile. Oh, oh my god. Oh shit. I have no idea what's going to happen. You need the Space Jam remix? Thanks, man. I'll let you know if I need the Space Jam remix of Live and Learn. Thanks, Flop. Actually, send that to me now. Is second time the charm. Oh, no! Cozy! 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 Oh, no. The only thing that would be funnier would be if the wreckage destroyed the SA-15. We are witnessing a fight for the ages. Dad said it's your turn on the Electoral College. Nah. No Electoral College for you. That SA-15 is so cheeky. But it probably has no ammo left. Yeah, it's got no missiles left. It's out of ammo. It's gonna have to go back to base. Crazy, crazy fighting. Golly. That's not what you want to have happen. Well, the SA-15 manages to get a maneuver kill on an F-16. I've never seen it before. What have we got happening up in the north? Looks like Raffet Bro and YA are still shooting at each other. 25 nautical mile shots. Raffet Bro's at 35,000 feet. Raffet's Bro, can we stop doing BVR? I want to drop some bombs, dude. Problem is that at 25 nautical miles, you will always manage to defend the missile. This one's going to be slowing down. It goes too slow. And as you can see, once it gets below about 800 knots, it really runs out of puff. Looks like Papano is actually going up to Gazi Pasa, an airfield I have never ever spawned at before. And I have no idea what's here. Imagine drunk driving one of these. Imagine. I could get up to so much mischief. I would drunk drive one of these over to my friend's house, and then I'd go inside of his house, but I'd get in from the second floor. Well, at least he'll have a stair car to help him get out. And let's check in with Majoji. And we need to play this music, which is... Anyway, that's a really, really long way to fly an Mi-8. You're waiting to do your MiG-29 run. Okay. Well, we have Ravan and Chiru in a J11. Looks cool as hell. How's it going, Tech? Oh my god, it's Zvo! What is Zvo doing here? What are you doing streaming during the day? Hello, Zvo. There's a bit of a stream delay, so thank you very much for sharing your community with mine. What were you up to? If you guys like Gajinka art, I would highly recommend Zvo as an extremely talented artist who I think produces some of the best Gajinka designs of them all. Particularly if you like trains, but every now and then he comes to his senses and draws an aeroplane. But I hope you're doing well, Zvo. Welcome in. Please share the love with Zvo. And if you're from Zvo's stream, welcome in to the Syrian Incident. This is a massive PvP event where two teams of players, complete with command and control structures, engage in aerial battle. Hey, Zvo. Yeah, I'm hosting the Syrian Incident, which is a large PvP event, and witnessing the Syrian battle space be occupied with aircraft in all directions. But yes, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. So this SA-15 is presumably beginning the long drive home. Drawing and yapping, but mostly yapping. Always good to get a little bit of a yap off your chest. We're looking for a trailer maker? I only know artists. Welcome in, Comrade Carter. I hope you're doing well. Electro Bull and Lasky still up and about here. And look, we've got a MiG-29. Oh my god, look at it. What a machine! I'm just commentating the event at the moment, Fel Isla, but I have... I don't know if Technotinium's still here, but I did ask him that if one of the teams has way more players than the other, if I can join the team with fewer players and fly for them. But we'll see what happens. Your stream at the tail end until your sleep moves forward enough again? Oh, well, good luck, Joe. At least it's nice and cool and the weather's beautiful for having a good rest. If you do have to go, then please don't let me keep you. But I will gladly sing your praises for a long time. And there goes GBU 38 off the wings of Valkyr, who is continuing to terrorize Kiryat Shimona, which I keep trying to pronounce like Michael Jackson would say it. We're at Kiryat Shimona. Okay, GBUs. Oh, these ones have different nose plugs. These are the normal ones. These are just the arming plugs. Though I think that they're supposed to spin. Isn't this front bit meant to spin? You can just DM me, Flup, if you want, or you can put it in my Discord. Okay, where are they going? Looks like it's going for this cluster of units over here. And thank you very much for the song, Flup. Jeff Bezos needed another yacht. What is so exciting about having a yacht? It's just a house. Why not just have a really nice house somewhere you want to be? Boom. Impacts. Good hits. And it looks like it was a close hit on this Gepard, but it actually managed to get away from it and isn't destroyed. So that's the problem with JDAMs sometimes, is they're not pinpoint. As this Gepard anxiously decides that it would quite like to be somewhere other than the smoking crater. So, some effect from Valkyr. Valkyr is definitely the MVP of multi-role here at the moment. I think has been flying helicopters, has been bombing things, has been doing everything you need to do. Yeah, what ads did you guys get? In fact, you guys should come back from the ad break right now. So anyone get any good ads? My advertisement algorithm is really strange these days, so I get advertisements for the Ohio National Guard every now and then. The Ohio Air National Guard, and I think to myself every time, I'm like, well, okay, pretty good for the Ohio National Guard. The Wing Long, I'm pleased to say, is still active. Okay. Have I stood up yet? I don't think I've taken a Be Right Back yet. I need to pee super bad. Is there anything interesting happening? Who can I leave you guys with to have a look at? Anything on the northeast side? Not much happening at this time. What has been happening is that Raffet Bro has been taking off over and over and over again, and timing it perfectly with YA, who's been taking off over and over again, and both of them have fired all of their missiles at each other, but not killed each other, and then gone back to rearm. So that's kind of been non-stop. So we've been keeping tabs on it. The 343rd came over to Cypress Island, attacking Kingsfield Air Base and managing to do some pretty good damage to the SAM sites there, but unfortunately being pushed away with several members returning back to base at Incirlik. It looks like Papano is going to Gazi Pastor. Electro Bull and the JF-17 is flying along the coast, and I'm going to leave you with him for just a moment while I go to the bathroom. Because I need to pee, and I need to get myself a Diet Coke. Thank you for your patience, guys. Hope you're doing well. Okay. Alright, we're feeling better. Majoji is now halfway, with 58 nautical miles left to go. Can he see Cyprus yet? No. But that's okay. The MI8 knows which way to go. Here we have Killer Dog as well. Getting all armed up. And I'm just gonna crack my knuckles here for a second, guys. Oh, that's relieving. And refreshing. Okay, so the wildcards, I'm sure, are going to be glad that this SA-15 is out of missiles. Looking very sad with its empty missile pods here. And they're full of grass. Oh. Going to take a long time to get a resupply truck somewhere over to this poor old Tor system, but it did manage to get a melee kill on a fighter jet, so you can't be too hard on them. And check this loadout. Looks like Altanus is feeling like he's got enough space to work on some laser-guided bombing. He's equipped on his left-hand cheek station with the Leopard. The F-18 Hornet has the capacity to bring 2 separate targeting pods, the Atfleer and the Lightning II. I personally prefer the Atfleer. There is not many blue jets in the eye at the moment. Altanus seems to be just about it. With Papineau making his way back to Gazi Pasta. Oh no! DCS! That SA-15 was very sneaky, well played. Hey, we dropped a couple of frames there, but we're fine. Alright. All good, all good. We're back again. As Papineau starts making their way back. So that'll be a successful RTB for Papineau. But it does mean that Altanus here is looking for this SA-15 to deal with. How do you see fit into an SA-15? Hey, look, Phil Cozy. I couldn't believe that the dodge that was pulled off against the missile it fired. Okay. Merrick has occupied a MiG-29S as the 59th are beginning to send the MiGs in. The blue team's going to want to do something about this because these MiG-29s are equipped with KH-58s, long-range anti-radiation missiles. And they are heading southbound along the coast. Altanus is going to have to be careful here, as it looks like Bravo Strom is looking to tell him to go away. But Bravo Strom is not going to want to go too far south, because there is a Patriot battery. Did any of you guys go out trick-or-treating last night? I guess we're all a bit old for that, but did you get visited? Exactly, you were dodging. Yes! Hey, you got it to use all of its missiles, and that's not a bad thing to have happen. Okay, so the MiGs are beginning their run-in. The Blues are going to have a serious think about getting some units covering off in the south, as it looks like there's not much happening in the way of cap. In fact, there's barely any cap happening at all. And Valkyr has gone from being in a Su-27, or rather a J-11, and is back inside of an Mi-24. So Valkyr, the multi-role king, as we see the MiG-29s firing off some KH-58s. These are great, great big missiles as well. Oh, but no luck as it gets intercepted. As we see, Dongo 3-1 launches there first as well. Pretty low angle launch, but it's not got a long way to go, so it should be able to carry enough momentum. Especially with a rocket motor that burns with this much alacrity. But it doesn't quite look like the Seeker head has found anything yet. Might be that the radars were turned off, or that it got intercepted. The NASAMs are firing AIM-120s to deter these pesky MiG-29s. No cap, no cap. Oh, but we have Harpier beginning to appear now. Wonderful Harpier here in their liveries, reminiscent of the Brazilian P-47s flown during the Second World War. And a member of Harpier, Gurki, is assisting the blue team as their commander in this particular instance. Looks like Harpier is joining in now, actually, which means that we are going to go from having quite a few blues to having quite a few blues. As we see Spade and Technitinium come to give a little wave to their beloved Mi-8. Majoji's probably thinking, I really hope these guys are friendly. A little bit of flare-based communications here. Maintain radio silence. And here come the Su-33s. Gorgeous. After about a full hour of flying over the ocean, I'm sure Majoji is glad to have at least something to look at. The UFO intercepted again? No, not a UFO, a NASAMS battery. More specifically, this NASAMS battery, which is what they're trying to destroy. It's a radar-based ground air defense system that uses AIM-120s. As you can see, they're plugged up in their little pod here. Even though one of them has been respawned. As you can see, you can actually count how many missiles they've got left by having a look in the launcher. So 1 missile each, meaning that there's 10 left in the launchers. Oh, it's the 1st of November as well today. In which case, I hope that any of you who are undertaking a journey of personal development, for lack of a better term, over the course of this month by restricting your access to certain material, then I wish you the best of luck and tell you that I will not be joining you. I've been watching lots of people play a game, what's it called? Something RV? And it looks like it's a game about driving an RV around the place, recreational vehicle. Also, I can't think of this song without thinking of that one animation that guy made of stock footage photos. If you haven't seen it, it's really funny. Okay, for Harpier, we have Arcano, Gunfighter, Yukina, and we have Devil 4 as well from Harpier. In the F-18, oh look, they've even got grey bombs on, which they're supposed to, because they're Navy jets. And look, he's made a reference to my favourite genre of music. Let's check in up in the north. We have Kai now and Duck Agent from InSky progressing now and forming the northern cap flight. Should have brought along some weapons, boys. There's plenty of shooting to be done. Could begin an attack on Hatay Airbase as well. Majoji must have Cyprus in sight now. There it is, after long last. Imagine running out of fuel now. You see, I can see the problem. He's not flying in a straight line. Are we there yet? That's it. You need people for that? Yeah, that was my response too. I never get invited to those games. And there is a... Oh, come on, DCS. Are we there yet? Yeah, that was the game I meant. AC-135 coming in from Turkey. And Electro Bull is patrolling here. Equipped for air-to-air only. We haven't had that too much disco music today. Yeah, I don't usually do disco music for these kinds of streams, but sometimes. Bravo Strom from GVAW. Getting good work done. And here we go. Check this out. Have you ever seen an Su-25T with a custom livery? What a cool looking aircraft. Equipped with KH-58 MPUs and KH-25 MPUs, jamming pods, and this pod in the middle, which is Phasmagoria pod, which is the Russian equivalent of the harm targeting system. Joining them, we have Merrick, who's acting as escort for the venerable Su-25. I did suggest using the fauna tanker, but they said that they needed fuel, not milk. And I was like, oh, fine. I never get enough to do enough beauty shots of the Su-25, so you will excuse me as I watch one of my favourite aircraft do work. But Harpy is going to get up in the ground, in the sky soon, and there's been a Patriot that's fired, but against who? Hello, the world. How are you? The world do. Oh, the world do. But what could this Patriot be going for? Valkyr is heading in with an Mi-24, and 2 more GBU-38s are heading out towards their main axis of attack, Kiryat Shimon. I think this Patriot missile is out of puff. Okay, GBU-38's going for the NASAMs. Kaboom. And the second one, bam. Managing to take out the search and track radars. This, ooh, NASAM's battery is history. That does mean that this Su-25T is going to have the opportunity to switch targets. But if there's a Patriot battery in play, then you're going to have to be careful. Because these boys do not miss around. And unlike in Broken Arrow, they can actually shoot at their full range. Hello, Action Zach, welcome in. How are you going? And there go the KH-58s. Big missiles launched at 20,000 feet are going to be able to achieve their full potential. But where are they going? For those of you who are joining us at the moment, ooh, hello, AGM-65s, a whole pack of Mavericks going out here. Let's have a look at the damage. Yes, you can flop. In fact, it's very effective. Dropping large caliber bombs on things like airfields prevent aircraft from using them because they create these craters that will... for lack of a better word, blow everything up. And this Maverick strike is massive. Huge effect on target. Gigantic effect on target by Hacker, who has done amazing to get all 6 of those missiles out. And the KH-58s are fired what looks like towards the Patriot battery. And sure enough, the Patriot battery is not going to have it. Let's see if we can see it hit the KH-58 if it manages to find it. I don't see it, but it's a small missile. Impact. Okay, so the KH-58's no effect. Valkyr, though, now getting in close with the Hind. We're going to see some attack choppering, I think. Look at how low he's flying. He's done about 5 things at the moment that would have caused me to crash into the ground, but that's okay. Those are some tall trees as well. No, your landing gear. Your landing gear, Valkyr. Your landing gear. Your wheels. He's got to be careful he doesn't break his gyro. There we go. Wheels down. And is he driving? He's driving up to the airfield to have a look. Gotta be careful though, man. Don't hit a tree! Don't hit a tree! Don't hit a tree, Valkyr! Ah! Maybe he might be dropping off a JTAC. Oh, Valkyr! Valkyr! Oh my god, I'm so stressed. Okay. Valkyr looking to drop units here. As the Su-25 still has 2 KH-25s loaded. And here we have infantry. Along with a JTAC. Alright, the JTAC's in position and having a look at this airfield. Plenty of targets for them to work with too. So that's going to give them a lot of opportunity. And here we have it. The glorious Majoji finally making it to Cyprus. So, Majoji just playing Microsoft Flight Simulator here, getting some good hours in on Volanta. I would do this entire flight and then I'd mess up the landing really badly. A little bit later, I'm going to have to do some dice rolls to give away some modules. If you want to enter the competition to earn yourself a free module, then on the 51st PVO Discord, there's still just a little bit of time to react to the message. So explain to us what they will do. They're going to be supporting the Cyprus Island logistically. After the attacks happened at Kingsfield Air Base, I think they're probably going to want to have a logistical presence. As we see the members of Harpia taking off now. Equipped with harms. Oh, explain to us what they will do. Sure. So it's a JTAC, which is a Joint Tactical Air Controller. And in this particular instance, it means that they can laser designate targets and identify them. So those units are going to be supplying them with laser guidance and information. Okay, the F-16s. One of them's carrying 4 harms, one's carrying 2, one's carrying none. But there is quite the red presence in the sky, so Merrick and Patara here may have to be a little bit cautious. Ah, Majoji managed to take resources from Beirut Rafik and bring them all the way to Cyprus. No doubt those supplies will be enormously useful in the conflict. And it looks like the next one on the chopping block may be Rosh Pina, supported by another NASAMS. But it's not going to be easy with only 2 KH-25 MPUs. Let's watch it happen. There goes one, there goes two. Those are going for the NASAMS battery. They're KH-25s though, so they're not massively long range. And I wouldn't be surprised if the NASAMS intercepts these. We'll see. Okay, there go the interceptors. First one launched. Impact. Impact. KH-25s taken out by the NASAMS. And Valkyr here has a commanding view of the airfield and is beginning to launch some 89s SATAC missiles. These spinny boys. Oh, did he manage to hit that Avenger? No, just overshot it slightly. But you can imagine why he would want to be cautious here, because if there's one thing that would desperately want to kill a helicopter, it would be an Avenger. The previous session was determined to be a test session, but I believe the damage has carried over. You may have to check with the organisers. Kaboom! The Harpier boys are getting themselves organised at the moment, but not too much happening otherwise. Majoji here has got Cypress Island all by themselves and is beginning to drop off repair supplies. In answer to your question, 2Sim, I will have to double check. We have Lasky still forming the cap element of the red team. The lead for the blue team seems to be quite commanding, but rather the lead for the red team, or at least control of the battle, definitely seems to be in the hands of the members of Harpier, the red team at the moment. You can tell I have been doing this for a while. Complete banger on the radio. Hello, Anera. And Cookie here is only carrying 2 AMRAAMs. And look at all these harms going out here. It's a bad day to be a air defense site, I would say. But where are they going? Looks like they're going for these bad boys. Impact. Taking out the SA-15. But AIM-120s going in exchange, no effect just yet, as well as a Patriot missile. This Patriot battery seems to definitely get enthusiastic sometimes, as Valkyr fires more Ataka missiles towards the ground targets here, getting excellent kills. Valkyr, definitely man of the match today. Looks like he's got just 1 missile left. Let's see it go. Bam. And kaboom. But not a direct hit, it doesn't look like. But it does manage to take out the Vulcan, which may actually be the last active air defense unit on this site. Nope, there's 1 Vulcan left. And I think that Valkyr might be down to his gun. Is he going to get in range of this AAA? That Vulcan just watched all of his buddies get deaded. But no, it's not interested in him. If Valkyr is leaving now, he's making exactly the right decision. And he is. Oh, he's so smart. Twist and Trout launching PL-12s over towards Harpier. Particularly Devil 4 here is coming under attack. PL-12's coming in. He's fully loaded with bombs, and these missiles are still travelling fast. This will be a bad loss for Harpier to take so early. Devil 4 going completely defensive here. Welcome in, Onira. I hope you're having a good day. Yes, dropping the bombs was the right choice. I hope you're having a good day. Apologies that there is a stream delay. Is it enough? Ooh, yeah, it's not enough. Devil 4 gets taken out. I haven't heard this music in a long time. All right. Patriot batteries firing at Cookie now. It's got 50 nautical miles to cover. Would be unfortunate to get splashed by a Patriot. However, there was a Oliver Hazard Perry class frigate that was definitely getting its work done. This Patriot missile's very dangerous, actually. Cookie's going to have to be super, super careful. "20 nautical miles left to go, travelling at 1800 knots. Cookie's going to have to go completely defensive here to try and evade this Patriot missile. Fortunately, he is feather light at the moment, so should be able to outmaneuver it. And it does look like that's the case. This is a good match, such scenario. Yeah, it's great fun, Onera. I'm glad to have you here. Question is, how many Patriots does the battery still have? Probably has ammunition trucks right next to it, so... Caution to the Reds. And Altenews finally manages to find the SA-15 and splash it. Finally managing to secure vengeance for his downed teammate. Hoping someone wasn't just walking somewhere in the hills and getting bombarded by all those bombs. Oh, they wouldn't be armed. In fact, they wouldn't be armed, so you could just pick them up and you can scrape all the explosives out of them and you can go fishing with them. When I was in Laos, they were talking about the fact that the unexploded ordnance guys that I was hanging out with, they were talking about how they have to be... they have to kind of keep secret when they find big bombs, because if they tell people that they found a big bomb and that they're going to deal with it and it's here, people will sneak around to it in the middle of the night and they will try and dig out the explosive material of the bomb so that they can use it for fishing, which is crazy to me, but also... yeah, you got to do what you got to do, don't you? Plenty of AMRAAMs coming along here. A full spread of them fired by Harpier, but all of them are slowing down quite a lot. The other downside to scraping all of the material out of a bomb so that you can go fishing with it is sometimes the bomb just explodes. Looks like Harpy is beating a quick retreat here after losing Devil 4. And this KC-135 has some AMRAAMs near it. If you're a refueling aircraft, you're probably getting a little bit stressed about the fact that your radar warning receiver's going off. Actually, I don't even know if the KC-135 would even have a radar warning receiver. Presumably. On the far eastern side, Chiru is patrolling. Has some laser-guided bombs too. I think taking advantage of the multi-roll is definitely a good idea, and these damn F-16 air brakes. This is like the 4th or 5th time today we've seen an F-16 with its air brakes left out. Nothing happening in Cyprus at the moment. Looks like the 51st, Valkyr, and ID, RTB. Uh-oh. Might have broken DCS. There we go. You guys will excuse me as I drop some frames. What is this glorp music we're listening to? Friday Night Funkin'. Let's do... we can match this up a little bit. See what this does. Wasn't the song I thought it was, but you know what? Somehow it's even funnier. My frames! Eagle Dynamic! Also, it's always a good idea to keep an eye on the 51st PVO when they're flying, because they fly beautifully. If anyone would like to improve the streaming experience as a viewer and as a streamer, please feel free to give me $5,000, by which I can buy a new computer and actually run this game from 2008. Enormous damage dealt to Kiryat Shimona. And a 125mm M-Star is here. I wonder if it's firing. That was the hottest hit on the Enceladus of this rotation. Sometimes Onira says boat things. The red team are very well organized at the moment. Looking beautiful. All of these J-11s flying in formation. The moon Enceladus. Oh, I see, I see. Would you guys still like me if I was a planet? Ugh, it's got to stop doing this bit. It's never funny. There'll be an ad break in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Is Patara rearming? Yay, we get more SU-25 action. I think the SU-25, though, is really annoying to rearm because they won't rearm you if your engines are still on, and it takes like a full minute for the RPMs to get to 0. Many such cases. I have all the time in the world for an Aeronautica. It didn't say what kind of dollars. You give me pesos. You just have to ask me and I'll tell you what I've got. But in answer to your question, in fact, let's have a look. Hardware device manager. My CPU is an AMD Ryzen 7 7800X3D, and my graphics card is a GTX 3080 Ti. You can give me Robux? Great, now I can use that for whatever the fuck you use Robux for. Though, that being said, every time I talk about Roblox, I have the same people come along and say it actually has a really good flight simulator in it. And I've had a look, and I'll be honest, it actually does look pretty good. So, maybe I shouldn't shit on Roblox. Depends if you're a cool planet. I was going to say Pluto, but Pluto's not a planet anymore. Anyone want to hear me cough? Probably not. Give me a sec. Ugh. Okay. For 9G, we have Miha, Pronan, and Cert. Cert was in chat earlier. And of course, in Cert's iconic livery. Don't we all, as we sit here on a Saturday evening, watching people compete in a DCS tournament in a virtual battle. And to be perfectly honest, I don't think that there's any way I'd rather spend my day. I wouldn't mind if I had, like, 6 beers with me right now. 33.159 Zimbabwean dollars? That's not even enough money to buy anything. Wasn't it Zimbabwe that went through hyperinflation? What have I pressed? Ah! Beautiful view of the thrust-vectoring engines of the R73. And there are those grid fins on the R77s that we were talking about with Sharklet earlier. Don't forget, guys, that if you're having a good time, please feel free to hit the follow button down below. You can also join in on my Discord, a welcoming aviation-centric community, and also follow me on Twitter, if you would like. It has been a pleasure to host this for you today. We're not done yet. But always good to take a moment to remind us all. Well done, Cookie. Good flying. Well done on getting away from that Patriot. You did a good job. How's GVAW feeling? The red team seemed to put on a pretty comprehensive show. Better than sitting in a virtual traffic jam in ETS2. Is there a competitive scene for Euro Truck? And what would it be? How do we make a competitive Euro Truck simulator? I mean, I would like to see, like, a trailer reversing comprehension. Where's your beautiful face? Ham, I'm hosting a competition, a DCS competition. A group of pilots on both teams facing off in a combined arms PvP scenario. Many participants all fighting for the red and blue teams. Is that Grinelli Designs? The Grinelli Designs? What are you guys doing here? You guys aren't supposed to be fans of me. I'm a fan of you. welcome in. I hope the, give me a sec. I hope the F-100's going well, guys. Looks fantastic from the work that you guys are doing. And yes, Ham, there are helicopters, fighter jets, and all kinds of things happening in here, including suppression of enemy air defenses, destruction of enemy air defenses, and all variety of different aircraft. This game's from '08. Technically speaking, yes. The original Black Shark, at least. Finally got to unleash our wild Samboy. You mean, was it you guys that was driving it all the way down to the south? Because there's a clip that you're going to want to see. It's the first time I've ever seen an SA-15 get a maneuver kill. There can be a competitive scene for anything? It certainly can. Me personally, I really enjoyed watching the Farming Simulator World Championships, because not only was it fun to watch, but they actually kind of did like a really good job of making it into an exciting event. The Su-25 with its MiG escort is back again. Tara managing to fire off the KH-58s towards the Patriot battery, but two KH-58s are not going to stop a Patriot. People do race online in ETS2, but that often results in innocent people getting totaled and getting banned. Fantastic. Okay, so Merrick and Patara are going off. They've got Dongo 2-1 and 2-2. Though, if that accent makes it mean something different. The F-100's doing well. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, guys. I can't wait. I love the MiG-19, and I think the F-100's going to be a great dance partner. I reckon this AGM-88 just lost track of its targets. And I'm not sure where they're firing them. But yes, thank you for the follow, Grinelli Designs and DM Bird 48. Grinelli, if you ever need some promotion. Though, if you're running an account that's associated with a brand, I'm sure that the content creator immediately harassing you about working together is probably infuriating. So we'll avoid doing that. The Farming Sim League is goated. It is. I love watching it. I've never been as excited to watch an event as I have been watching them stack hay bales as quickly as they could. And it's like, the team from Germany has not managed to get the one baler that they wanted. That's going to be difficult as they have a larger harvester. It's going to require a lot more unloads from the trailer. Okay, the missile goes active. This is going to warn the J-11s that targets are incoming. People can suppress and destroy enemy air defenses, but you know what they can't do? Love. That's true. This missile has potential, actually. These J-11s are not responding to their radar warning receivers, which must be screaming impact. Oh my god. Dongo 2-1 loses his wingman in an instant. Hello, Night Hunter Teresa. Welcome in. A great shot by whomever is responsible for doing that. Who fired that missile? I didn't see. No, this is you? Oh! Grinelli themselves. Well, in that case, I hope you're doing very well. Okay, the AGM-88s are hunting down their targets, and sure enough, SA-15's getting the brunt of the damage. Looks like all of the targets are going to be taken out here. Oh, it tried to reorient itself towards the last of the OSAs, but no impact. The SU-25T is coming in now. There was an F-16 that just destroyed a whole bunch of stuff. Where is Killer Dog? Killer Dog is dropping bombs and JDAMs all over the place. Oh, he's dropping CBU-105s. Okay, there's a lot of stuff going on. Harpier is doing good damage against the Al-Mazira FOB. And here we see Tara fire all of his KH-25s, one after the other, going towards the NASAMS battery. One of the team stole all the harvesters at the start. Yeah, man. It's a tough world out there. Okay. Will the NASAMS battery defend itself? I suspect it will. As we see 4 AIM-120s come out of the launchers. One for each of these KH-25s. Pop, pop, pop. Ooh, one of them made it through. Will it re-engage in time? No luck. But that NASAMS battery is going to be gradually running out of bombs, missiles rather. Killer Dog here doing huge damage to the Al-Walid FOB. The OSA keeps winning. I suspect you may be a little bit biased, Onira, but I'm not going to hold it against you. The destruction of this NASAMS battery is quickly going to become a high priority. But in terms of missiles, it looks like it only has... Okay, so it has 12 left. It's used half of its arsenal. There's going to be an ad break in 5 minutes, guys, and I can't delay it any longer. So, you'll excuse me, actually from your perspective, it will be 4 minutes. So there'll be an ad break in about 3-4 minutes. And I can't avoid it, I'm sorry. I need to stop apologizing. Harpier is rampaging. Harpier lost one of their pilots quite early on, though, so they might be a little bit shaken, but they're definitely taking off now. And they are carrying themselves with a lot of aggression, as Merrick here has got AIM-120s coming for him in a big way. Gavin traveling at 600 knots. Looking good, feeling good. And there we have it, CBU 105 with the WCMD. Got a long way to go, but we'll see where it's going. Looks like there's a sandbox surrounded by vehicles here. That'll probably be a good target. Where did this music come from, by the way? Why am I... This isn't what I wanted to listen to. Okay, let's ride this playlist for a little bit longer, but it might need some notification. Okay, CBU 105 coming down. Looks like it's only destined to attack one target, though. And in this instance, it is a Roland. Bang, 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 bang. And there you have those explosively formed penetrators shooting out and destroying that Roland. As you might be able to see them, these little pucks that spray out into the air. And stutter. Looks like we've got some Harpier bombs that are dropping as well. I can tell they're from Harpier. Also, this nose cone is the airburst nose cone, but I don't know if it makes any difference. GBU's falling down wholesale now. This one doesn't look like it's destined for anything specific, though. Impact. Killer Dog He's firing an AGM... Ooh, he's firing harms, but there's a Patriot battery that's fired at him, which is not something that you might want to mess with, and Killer Dog is making the right choice to leave. We have Cert and Miha Pronin in the sky, and Cert has taken off with one single AMRAM, and Miha Pronin is fully loaded. I wonder how far those explosively formed penetrators can go. You would think that an explosion in the air that's creating a copper jet would be pretty difficult to get in the exact spot you want it to go, but they don't seem to be having too much trouble with it. I gotta say, colour me impressed. Okay, we've got AIM-120s being launched in all directions. Cert has fired off his one AIM-120. But it's going to be a short adventure if Cert doesn't get away from these PL-12s. Fortunately, with being this light, I don't think he'll have too much trouble getting away. Technitinium is defending against Cert's AIM-120, the one he brought. Killer Dog has gotten away from the Patriot missile, but his AGM-88s didn't find their desired targets. This missile looks like it's heading close to Twist, but that's Twist just there, and it has no track. Thank you for the subscription, 2Sim. Thank you very much. I hope you're enjoying your time here. And thank you for 4 months of wonderful company. Technitinium is beating a path back to base, and Patara is landing in the Su-25T without firing his KH-25 MPUs, 28s rather, KH-58 MPUs. It's a lot to keep track of. Gorgeous air brakes on the Su-25T as well, on the tips of the wings. They're so cool. Okay, Spade and Twist here, facing off against Aggressor, who launches a missile of their own. With this kind of range, you can see, actually, the contrails of your opponents. So, not only is the radar warning receiver screaming at you, but so are your eyeballs. There's an AGM-88, which is very terribly lost, and I have no idea where it's going. Is this M-Star doing direct fire? Okay, so this Russian artillery piece is currently direct firing at people. You like the more diverse weapon collection as opposed to just dogfighting? Exactly! And because people's lives have value, just like yours, there is a lot more conservative fighting, just like in real life. But it looks like we might have had a team kill. And it looks like Han Solo just got shot down by a SA-11 as well. The book managing to get a kill here. It's a bad time of the day to be this specific truck. Oh, has he found something? The Futurama theme? Brother, what's going on? Okay, this is even worse, but that's okay. We can work with it. Han Solo did manage to take out the SA-11 that shot him down, though. It looks like Spade accidentally killed Dongo with a PL-12. I can't believe that. Yeah, I would think that perhaps these ground targets may be in trouble, actually. But the worst thing that could happen is if the Emster accidentally blows itself up. Welcome back from the ad break, guys. We're currently watching an Emster currently drive around and use its cannon against ground units. Because why not? But I'm glad to hear you're having a good day, Night Hunter Teresa. I think we all are here as well. Spade's going to have to buy someone some McDonald's. Kaboom. And there's one left over here. Don't leave anyone out. Oh, got the last one. And Kiryat Shimona switches sides. The first capture by the Reds. If Han Solo doesn't have the Millennium Falcon on his aircraft, I will be disappointed. Unfortunately, Han Solo's been shot down in a in an incident where he traded with a SA-11. SA-15, correction. Okay, Spade here, after killing one of the members of his team, is continuing the combat air patrol. Not much happening in the north at this time. All the fighting centers around Kiryat Shimona, which has swapped sides now thanks to the direct fire support of an Emster S. Rosh Pina is the next one on the chopping block. But HRP is rearming and refueling, and 9G are making their way back to base as well. Spade and Technotinium are going to have to be careful, though, because they are going to be getting close to this NASAMS battery. Song of choice for a military simulator. I mean, has anyone got any recommendations? I can try... Let's see, what have I got? I'm pretty good at finding things. Let's try... some really obvious stuff. Let's try that. Okay, Spade is within 14 nautical miles of the NASAMS battery. But I think a NASAMS doesn't fire until 10, but I might be wrong. The Worldo, you let me know if this suits you better, okay? Mia Pronan's turning back to look at Spade, though. This might be a chance. And a missile comes off the rails. Spade's making the right choice by flying away, but he's getting dangerously close to this NASAMS battery, which would love nothing more than to splash itself a J-11. The Gulf War with a slowed down Macarena. Just makes me think of, oh my god. Hello. MiG-29As with rocket pods. Let's go! Full fidelity MiG-29As with rocket pods and bombs. Oh, I'm so excited. And look at them. Great flying. So we have 4 MiGs in the skies at the moment for the red team. 5 MiGs, actually, as I see Merrick is in one as well. Let's get you something to look at, and I just need to go to the bathroom, because I've been hydrating like nobody's business. Here's something for you to look at, and I'll be back in a moment. Okay. That's enough, oh man, my room is so stinky at the moment. I've just been sitting in here doing farts for 4 hours. And commentating. Okay, Majoji becomes the Red Tactical Commander at the moment. Twist and Trout cruising around. Dongo 3-1 and 3-2 from the 59th are flying around. This Dongo with the accent at the end, do I pronounce that differently? It's D-O-N-G-O, and the O has a squiggle. So let me know if I'm saying it wrong. Which I might be. And Spade is landing at the newly recaptured Kiryat Shimona, which is actually quite a short runway as well. Gonna have to use the parachute for this one. Spade. There's no parachute in there. It's empty. He didn't rearm his parachute. No. Even still, manages to stop in time. Harpier launching AGM-88s at super long range. These look like they're going towards the JASM fob. They've got a long way to go. Yeah, these AGM-88s, I don't know where they're going, but I don't think they're having the desired effect. What is there to take out here? Okay. DSUs, SA-8s, and an SA-15. But I don't think that's where they're going. And here we have Atuba taking off with a lot of AMRAAMs and 2 harms. And the game is stuttering. When the giveaway happens, we do it now. As it does seem like there's a little bit of a quiet point here. Okay. So. We need to give away 3 modules. We have a F-14, a Vigan, and a Phantom 2. But first things first, let me get the dice roller up. And if I add something here, give me just a second. And we need the dice rolls and coin flip, which is this one, but it isn't capturing anything. There we go. And let's crop that just a little bit. So that everyone can see it. There we go. Perfect. So, for the first giveaway of 32 people for the Vigan. I'm sure there's a better way of doing this, but this is how I'm going to do it. Okay. 3, 2, 1, shoot! Number 17. So, number 17, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I'm just going to have to double check my counting here. But we need you to have something to look at. And what better than Matt Aviator, who's currently cruising through the sky. So. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's Technotinium. Where Technotinium manages to win the Vigan. Let's have a look at the F-14. There is a bit of a battle going on here. Matt Aviator isn't far from it. So, the Vigan goes to number 17, which in this instance is Technotinium. But he might want me to re-roll that. We'll see. This MiG-29S is flying at low altitude. Let's handle the F-14. So, there are 30 react to the F-14. So we are going to roll a 30-sided dice. This one is for the F-14. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Okay, it's number 20. Which in this instance is... Looks like it's Gumby. Looks like Gumby is number 20 in the reaction lists. Oh no, I got it wrong. Yes, sorry. I got it wrong. I was reading from the wrong list. My apologies. Let me redo the Vigan, because I miscounted the Vigan, because Discord changes the way its overlay works. So, 1, 2... This is... I'm making an absolute pig's breakfast of this, so I do apologise. But Dongo is running now, and we have Dongo 3-1 in the MiG-29 as well, heading towards the front line. So... Looks like the Vigan actually is going to Breeze from ETF. So 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Ah, fuck me, I can't read. It's like it's... My brain is scrambled. How much did you miss? Not too much, Nuclearius. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's thrust from Harpier. Where is this giveaway? This giveaway is on the 51st PBO Discord, which I can give you links to here. The Discord link you see in the chat belongs to the 51st PBO, the organisers of this event. Okay, number 20 is for the F4 Phantom. No, the F14 rather. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Which is Ibis. Ibis wins the F14. Okay. Okay. So Matt Aviator's going back, Miha Pronin as well. Cert has rearmed and is coming back. Also, I forgot to say thank you very much to Sunny Buzzard as well. What kind of damage are they looking to do here? Well, Spade is taking off from Kiryat Shimona and is very close and is not protected by surface-to-air missiles. If Cert dove down here and went right for Spade, he'd be able to get him. And in fact, Spade can see Cert up there. Any big wins or blunders so far? The 343rd KU managed to operate uncontested over Cyprus for an extended period of time, forcing the relocation of several red units from Beirut Rafik towards Cyprus. But the 343rd concluded their attack and departed the area before the reinforcements arrived, and there was a brief air battle, and an Mi-8 MTV-2 managed to make it to Larnaca Airport and drop off supplies. Other than that, an SA-15 managed to drive a large amount of the distance towards Prince Hassan Air Base, and an F-16 equipped for air-to-air loadout was attempting to strafe it. And Cert here is getting chased down by an R-27 ET. It explodes, but he takes no damage. Very lucky here. So, confirming so far that the recipient of the two giveaways so far, Thrust from Harpier wins the Vigan with the number 17, and Ibis wins the F-14, number 20. And the F-4 Phantom we might do a little bit later. Spade is still chasing Cert here, but he's going to get really close to this NASAMS battery. Missile comes off the rails. It's going for Cert. It's an R-27ER radar-guided missile. Cert manages to splash it into the terrain here, though. Spade is chasing him, though, and R-77 comes off the rails. Cert tries to dodge it, but no luck, as Cert becomes an explosion. But there's an AIM-120 fired from the NASAMS battery coming for Spade now. And Spade just manages to get away from it. But the NASAM's not helping here. Matt Aviator should easily be able to clean up Spade now. They just need to find him. Spade's turning around. He's massively out of position. Not well equipped with missiles. He still has options, though. An R-27ER, an ET, and an 77. I think we'll do the F-4 Phantom giveaway in the last hour, and Spade is in huge trouble here. Impact. And Spade is now aeroplane parts. So, Cert destroyed in combat. Spade then destroyed in turn by Matt Aviator. Miha Pronin fires at Dongo 3-1. What did you win? High Wake Mafia. Are you Ibis or Thrust? An R-77 shot from a MiG-29S at 20 nautical miles. R-77s don't always have the best performance, and there is more cluster bombs being dropped on this fob, almost decimating it. All that's left are the two bunkers. Welcome in, High Wake Mafia. How you going? R-77s with its grid fins and strakes runs out of speed pretty quickly at low altitude. and introduces itself to the ground. Majoji here, continuing to be the legendary transport pilot for the red team. How do you enter? You join the 51st PVO Discord. You're looking for a ride to work? Well, the MI8s might be able to pick you up. Miha Pronin here, now looking down the barrel of quite a lot of MiGs. An AIM-120 off the rails. It's only got 12 nautical to travel to get to Dongo 32. But the MiG-29 turns around, Dongo 32 escapes. Right, Miha Pronin now going defensive. Gurkey is taking off, along with more of Harpier, equipped for multi-role combat. There we go. So, Gurkey is carrying 2,000-pound JDAMs in a beautiful grey livery, complete with airbursting tips. They might be looking at the Al Mazura fob. Killer Dog here, still working over the fob. Looks like there's one bunker left to deal with. Is he going to go for the gun? Maybe. Okay, the strafing run on the bunker nearly kills it, but it's still up. Does he have enough ammo to make a few more shots? Gunfighter is coming in now. Okay, Gurkey drops GBU 32s. great big bombs, looking to deal heavy damage to this relatively undefended point. Here they come. Boom. Huge damage coming in. Completely wiping out the bunkers at this fob. Destroyed. And yet more harms coming in now. Where are they off to? I don't think they locked onto anything specific. Okay, killer dog here. Has he got any ammo left? Might be looking to make one more pass. If you can. Strafing's a lot more difficult than it can look, though. And Athuba here has launched their harms as well. So there is quite a lot of dynamicism happening here. These harms are going to be landing at this airbase right at the same time that Dongo 3-1 and 3-2 start coming in, but they haven't locked onto the radar defenses. So no impact on that one, and this one is taking a long journey. I don't think it has the speed to quite make it all the way to Maj Ruhajil, but it might. It'll be close. Of course, for those of you in the know, the AGM-88 is also known as the HARM, or High-Speed Anti-Radiation Missile. But in this case, it's just an arm. There's nothing high-speed about this, but it's a great shot. Ooh, and hits the radar directly. That is quite a lucky shot. Managing to destroy some of the radar for this SA-6, which is a pretty devastating blow. Arcano has a 9M33 coming for them, but they're at a high enough altitude that it's not the worst thing in the world. And it self-destructs once it knows there's no chance. Elsewhere in the map, not much happening. Were these harms fired without a lock? Yes and no. What in reality is happening is that the harm homes in on radar emissions, and what you're telling the harm to do is to fly towards a certain point. And if the harm finds something, it'll start homing in on it. If that radar stops emitting, it'll stop homing in on it. High-speed anti-radiation missiles, particularly modern ones, are meant to have an inertial guidance system. So if the radar that it's attacking turns off its radar, it will still attempt to impact the same point where it thought the radar was. But that gets less and less accurate the further and further away the missile is when you turn off the radar emission. But if the radar is emitting, then the passive seeker head of the AGM-88... Oh, I'm going to freeze. Massaging my temples. Okay. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. But basically, it just homes in on radar signals and it will just seek out emissions. But it also means that, say, it's homing in on one thing, and then that thing turns off its radar, and then another thing turns on its radar, and the harm's not smart enough to go, that thing is 11 nautical miles away, I'm never possibly going to hit it. It just says, ooh, a radar signature, and starts going off into the distance. Not enough power on this AIM 120 to do anything about twist in the Su-33. More harms coming out now. Let's see if we can see if this one does anything. So this harm looks like it is actively seeking and emitting radar. And it lost it. There you go. And now this harm is like, well, there's no radar over here, but there is a radar over here. Now the harm has no chance of being able to make that distance, going at 900 knots at 20,000 feet. Well, it might. No, it shouldn't. Has no chance of making that distance, but it's not smart enough to know. So it's just seeking an emission. Poor harm. AIM 120 is going in all directions here. Technetium getting slightly too close to the NASAMS battery. We need to put put radars on cars and trains. I don't know if this is true or not, but I was told that the Russians experimented with messing up anti-radiation missiles by putting a bunch of microwaves in a field and turning them on. I don't know if that's true, but I think apparently, at least with the older model, AGM-45 Shrikes, I think that there was a chance that they would seek onto a bunch of microwaves. Yes, Flip, that is basically what you do, but there is a bit more complexity to it. You'll learn this when you learn how to use harms, but harms have to be pre-programmed with targets that they're looking for, which is why the harm targeting system on the F-16 is such a huge thing, because the harm targeting system automates a lot of that process. If you didn't have the harm targeting system, you would have to manually program the seekers on the harms to look for specific radars, of which they can only really look for, I think, 4 or 5 different kinds at a time. So you have to know what you're shooting them at, and then you'll have to get the information either directly from the seeker head of the harm, or alternatively, look, here we go. You'll have to get the information directly from the seeker head of the harm, using harm as seeker mode, or alternatively, you will just pre-program the missile to look for certain radars. You'll program a point where you think those radars are, and then you'll just fire them in that general direction, and the missiles will fly there, and if there's something there, they'll go for it. If there's not, they'll just hit the ground. Which is why it's called suppression of enemy air defense and not destruction of enemy air defense, because AGM-88s aren't perfect and are not the be-all and end-all weapon of surface-to-air destruction. Because what happens a large amount of the time is, number one, they're not super reliable, but they're better than they used to be. Number two, they are susceptible to being spoofed by bad radar signals, or alternatively, just, you know, getting bad data. But just having harms in the air is enough to get them to turn off their radars. So if their radars are off, then you have suppressed enemy air defenses. And then it's time to do DEAD, D-E-A-D, or dead, which is destruction of enemy air defenses. Okay, Harpier manages to splash a SA-15 somehow. If you are learning to use high-speed anti-radiation missiles in an airframe like the F-16, I would recommend not starting with the harm targeting system and learning how to set up the harms without a harm targeting system, and it'll make what you're doing with the harm targeting system that much more cool, because what the harm targeting system does is it takes all of that work out of it. This pod here can detect the approximate location of a radar, the type, and transmit that information to the harms themselves. So this pod takes the location of hostile radars, gradually narrows down where it thinks those radars are, and then that information will be used to tell the harm what sort of radar to look for and where to look for it. But it does take the harm targeting system time to narrow down where a radar is. And there are complex simulations that can be done. Games like Falcon BMS are a lot better at doing this than DCS. But yeah, there's lots you can do with the harm targeting system. BMS is better at it than DCS in a lot of regards, but multiple harm targeting systems can be used to triangulate radar emissions, but the way that you do it in DCS is you will fly around a certain area, and by providing more information, so say we've got this SAM site here, and you were looking for it with a harm, maybe you fly around it like this, and then with the continuous data that the harm targeting system is getting, it will gradually be able to triangulate the location of that radar to a pretty accurate degree. To the point where if you get to a PGM2 or a PGM1 quality solution, you can use that information to slew your targeting pod to it and potentially engage with ground weapons. Now, Twist is being pushed here by Miha Pronin and Matt Aviator. You only own the Hornet, so that's what you have to do. The Hornet can fire the harms in different modes. The Hornet has a self-protection mode and also a target selection mode. It's not the greatest simulation of harms in any game. The F-16's got a better simulation of it. But the harms in the F-18, you can target towards things that are emitting on your radar warning receiver. This AIM-120 kind of has a lot of potential because this plane's going slow. Oh my god, it's so close. Okay, Twist is braver than me. So the Hornet can fire the harms in self-protect mode, and also it can cue the harms from its radar warning receiver. When it's in self-protect mode, all you have to do is pull the trigger to launch a harm, and it will automatically seek whatever's locking you. Which is useful, but usually it's only something that you do to get the radar to switch off. Usually that's not a good enough solution, and you're not kinematically in the right position to make it work. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. Check this out. We got a Car 50. An interesting fact about the Car 50 is if you fire these missiles, these KH-25s, on the wings here, if you fire these missiles and you're not moving forward fast enough, they produce too much smoke for the engines to handle, and your engine dies. Ask me how I know. Okay, Chiru's coming in here with bombs, looking to finish off that one last bunker. I can feel my throat getting tired. Oh my goodness, people. Please close your air brakes. Oh, stop flying with your air brakes open. Bombs away. And another one. 2 bombs, probably overkill for this bunker, but it should be fine. Guns at once and explode into space. Okay, 2 GBU-38s going up towards the Al-Walid FOB. That'll end up being the second FOB that they lose here. And there we have the KH-25s being fired by the Su-25T towards the NASAMS battery. Which of these NASAMs still have rockets left? The 2 back ones, actually, but they're facing the wrong direction. Okay, they're trying to turn around. 2 missiles away, 3 missiles away, 4 missiles away. All coming out of the rightmost launcher. As they close up. So it's got 2 left. Let's see if any of them make it through. Okay, one of them is going. And the other launcher fires. Impact. Okay, all of the KH-25s get impacted again. But this NASAMS battery is down to 8 missiles. Which is not many. Here comes the GBU-38s. Both of them landing almost at exactly the same moment. Impact. And Al-Walid is now capturable. We're seeing 3-1 and 3-2 of Dongo heading in their MiG-29s. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space. I'm wondering what the best course of action for this NASAMS battery is. Oh, pardon me. I don't know if that Car 50 can actually carry anything to capture the point with. He's going to have a really long flight to do. But Chiru is heading towards this airbase, which still has Rolands and a NASAMS equipped with it. So he's going to have to be careful, because this place is not undefended. Launches are quiet, though. I think with the NASAMS, it might be a good idea to try and tackle them at high altitude. But it's tricky to say. Merrick launches an R-27ET, correction. But I don't think it's tracking anything. Oh, he wanted to go for the fuel tanks. Gets chased away with an AIM-120, though. And it looks like a Patriot has fired at Chiru. So this might be the extent of their progression on this side, at least at the moment. As Chiru is going to continue flying towards this area. He does have a harm, 2 harms, so he might be able to shoot at this NASAMS, but I don't think 2 harms is going to be enough to shoot down a NASAMS battery. I reckon this launcher will be the one that gets it. Nope, I looked at the wrong one. It was this one. Okay, an AIM-120 heading out towards Churu. Going defensive and dropping countermeasures. No effect on Chiru, but he is getting a little bit closer to that Patriot battery. We'll have to be a little bit careful. Gunfighter from Harpier is heading out, but he's equipped for air-to-air at the moment. What about Akano? Akano has got Mavericks. Ooh, a Maverick attack. The Reds got away with a fantastic Maverick attack earlier. With 1 Hornet managing... no, correction. 116. 1 F-16 managing to fire off all 6 of them in one go, which is not easy to do. Without too many double-ups as well. Okay. Killer Dogs returning to base up in the north. Tara, who's been doing great work in the Su-25T, is heading in for landing. At the peak of this, we had 65 pilots in the sky. So an excellent and rather a large compliment to be given to the organisers for having everything run as smoothly as it did. In what is proving to be quite an aggressive show of force from the red team, it looks like the Blues are very much on the back foot here. Copy. Let me fix it. Sorry about that. Studio mode. Here we go. Let's fix that. Get rid of that. And then we add this, and then we do that, and then we go that. Has that fixed it? Could you let me know if that's okay? I still don't know what causes that. Game is peachy? Perfect. Chiru is really testing his luck with this NASAMS battery, but it doesn't seem willing to shoot him. The problem is that this is the least impressive battery of SAMs to look at, because all of the 120C missiles are pretty smokeless. Yes, Kyriat belongs to the Reds, Cookie. Kyriat Shimona. Kiryat Shimona is no longer threatened. PL-12's being fired towards Arcano and Gunfighter. Let's see if we can see Arcano's attack with the Mavericks if he manages to get it. Be a big win that I think the Blues desperately need at the moment. But oh no, there's a PL-12 going for Arcano. He can get away from this pretty comfortably. Hopefully he won't ditch his Mavericks, and no he hasn't. Music sounds fine now? Good, thank you. PL-12's force Arcano to go away. He's got a full load of Mavericks to work with here, but plenty of MiGs to contend with. The Dongo Squadron is doing fantastically. Cookie, can you... am I pronouncing it? Is this just pronounced Dongo, or do I call it something else? I need someone to tell me. Because I'm very dumb. Okay, the MiGs are pushing. They don't want to lose Al-Muzura, which is not a bad idea, as it does shore up their front line towards Rosh Pina. If they can break this NASAMS battery at Rosh Pina, the Blues are going to be really badly on the back foot. But here we have AGM-154Cs, which are JSOWs. Where are they going? They're going on a very, very long journey towards Kiryat Shimona. Short-range shots at about 14 nautical miles between Gunfighter and Dongo. Okay. You have no idea? Okay. It was worth a try. These AGM-154s may have everything they need to make it all the way to the runway at Kiryat. And if they do, I reckon these bombs are destined to crater the runway at Kiryat, which is a good idea because Twist, the members of the 51st, and the White Ravens have been getting good use out of it. There's going to be an ad break in 2 minutes, guys. An ad break in 2 minutes. Actually, I'm going to delay it. I'm going to delay the ad break because these bombs are probably going to avoid land in this area. 59th was a very cool bunch in the briefing room. Yeah, there are plenty of pilots that I'm seeing here. You'll have to tell me what the experience is like for the players, Cookie, because obviously there's a little bit of scuff, but this is a huge event. And relatively speaking, it seems like things are smoothing out a little bit. Twist is going to see all of these missiles, or he might even be able to visually see them. I wonder if he can shoot them. Hello, Arena. How are you? You're a raider. Who'd you come from? Zvo? Okay, well, the Su-33 passes underneath these glide bombs. I need to introduce myself to the teams a little bit better as well, because I thought that this event was going to be entirely SATAC participants and everyone might know me already, but I get the feeling that some of these guys haven't actually met me before. So I should do a better job of introducing myself. Here come the AGM 154s. Fortunately, Merrick has managed to vacate the runway. These things have so much range. Okay. We'll have a look at the last one in line. Looks like they're looking to crater this runway. Yep. That's Kiryat Shimona's runway out of commission. JSOW's right down the middle of it throughout its entire length. So, that's one airfield taken effectively out of commission. And a good one to take out, too. The destruction of an enemy runway is often referred to as OCA, or Offensive Counter-Air. The experience, like contention, but everyone's really, really, really good. They are SATAC squads. Oh yeah, of course. Drone swarms to targets and DCS. Well, we've got my beloved Springfield 1-1, which has got the wing done the long way. But there's not much of a swarm. Or just one of them. Okay, PL-12's going in opposite directions. I wonder who launched that, actually. Was that from Dongo? Did someone crash at Kiryat's runway? Okay, no. I saw that Twist disconnected and I thought he might have crashed and died into the runway. Duct tape it, just fill it with dirt. It's all good. Just land a 60 or like $120 million fighter jet on some sand. I'm sure it will work. Yokina and Dongo 3-2 fire at the same time. This R-77 though, not going to go very far. No good. The 120, never going to catch up to a escaping MiG-29. Made it out without casualties today? Yeah. No, you guys did quite well. And yes, the SAMs have been decisive. The SAMs haven't killed as many people as they did on the first day, but they have played more of a factor tactically. Oh my god, my audio just broke for me. Did that break for you guys too? Or was that something else? Cut loose. Kick off your Sunday Oh, I've been streaming for too long. Last week we were all wiped out. Yeah, but half of you fed yourselves to an IRST or something, didn't you? Or like a SA-10 or something like that. Which I felt bad because I do that sort of thing so often. Here's an interesting fact for you. If you're fans of the MiG-29, you may notice that its fuel tank has a great big hole in it. And behind that hole, there's a door. Do you know why there's a hole? It's for the spent casings from the gun. They need a hole to squirt all their spent ammo out of. And we have Patara coming again, this time fully loaded for seed. I've been loving Patara's attacks. I hope he manages to break that NASAMS battery finally. With 6 missiles, it'll be close, because the NASAMS is getting resupplied here very slowly. So they've got 10 missiles loaded and a CRAM. Why is the playlist so good? Because I'm so good. How do you doubt me, Cookie? Okay, Harpy is landing. Okay, Majoji's heading out towards the Al-Walid fob to cap it. Hole fact with airshow. Anyone want any facts about any holes? I know everything there is. How do you make a hole? Easy. You put together 2 halves. But if you've got any other questions, let me know. Technitinium never replied, saying whether or not I can fly for one of the teams. But the Blues are not going to want to leave the airspace totally undefended here. Majoji. He must love this helicopter. At least I hope he loves this helicopter, because he's spent half his day flying it around in circles. Probably the MVP of the red team at the moment. The Blues could certainly use a little bit more helitrans. I don't think I've seen any blue helicopters operating so far today. It's our glorious leader, Eagle Eye. And has he got an Eagle Eye, is my biggest question. And Majoji comes in, all in amongst the destroyed wreckage of what was once the blue fob here. Ooh, and a very rolly landing there, but nothing wrong with that. When your helicopter's got tyres instead of skids, makes things much easier. And there goes the ground forces. Al-Walid belongs to the red team, but is at very low health. Tara's gaining altitude here, but I think is making the right choice by not committing yet. Does not yet have cover in the form of Merrick coming here, who's also carrying KH-58 MPUs. Which aircraft is the black one? This one here is the Su-25T, if this is the one you're referring to. a Soviet ground attack aircraft you might know as the Su-25, but this is the two-seat version, which was then retrofitted back to being a one-seat version, using the space occupied by the second seat to provide additional avionics to support this, the Shkval site, which is a television camera site which displays on this screen with 8 times and 16 times zoom. Twitch thinks you're some kind of gardener. You're not an aeronautica? I thought that was your whole thing. Wasn't your whole branding that you're a gardener and that you love gardening and all that sort of thing? I could have sworn. No, it was trains. I knew it. He loves trains. No, actually, it was American ships before the Civil War. I reckon I'm going to take the 50 cents worth of ad money I'm going to get from this stream, and I'm going to buy myself nothing. Speaking of which hour are we in now? Because we're getting close to... Okay. How long have we got left? We have about 45 minutes left to go. There goes the MiG, leading the way. So I think once this strike happens, we will give away the Phantom. But the thing is, I haven't played the Phantom very much in DCS because I haven't played the Phantom 1, and I'm worried that I'll miss out on some of the story in the Phantom 2. There go the KH-58s. The KH-25s. And then the other KH-58s. Okay, this NASAMS battery is going to have to empty itself out. 2 launchers have 6 missiles, so 12 interceptors ready to go. But there's a lot of missiles coming. Interceptors launched. And it looks like the initial KH-58s have been taken out, but there's still 4 KH... Oh, look at this. Okay. Second KH-58's taken out. Oh, and 3 KH-25s made it through. Okay, this is big. One of them might make it through. This is why quantity has a quality all of its own. The last hope is the C-Ram. No, the C-Ram gets it. Oh. How lucky. Oh my goodness, that couldn't have been closer. But the C-Ram saves the day. CIWS managing to save the NASAMS site, which is now down to 2 missiles only. Watching this live stream is like watching a war being broadcast live, tension everywhere but virtual. I hope the viewing experience has been good, and I hope you will tell me if there's any improvements that I could make. Because I would like to give you guys the best show you can watch. Okay, well, let's do the Phantom giveaway. And this one is for the F4 Phantom. Alright, let's get the dice roller. And we have 35 reacts. So, 35 sides on a dice. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Number 11. Right. And number 11 belongs to... Wait for it. Wait for it. Number 11 belongs to Skitsy. So, the winner of the F4 Phantom is Skitsy. Alright, there you have it. It's the best air show you can watch. How many people are in this match? During its peak, there were 65 players in the air. Not as many in the air at the moment, but it is a 6-hour event. What is happening, Iron Nitro? What is happening is the Syrian Incident, a PvP scenario where the red team and the blue team have to defend their map against the others. An ongoing war between players, including ground commanders, that are attempting to push forwards and capture territory. For example, in this battle here, the red team has captured the airbase of Kiryat Shimona, which has subsequently been destroyed by bombs by the blue team after losing it. And the Reds have also managed to capture the Al-Walid FOB over here on the right-hand side, thanks to the hard work of their helicopter pilots. There's a little bit of fighting still happening amongst Harpia here, who have been mostly focusing on destroying the Al-Mazira FOB here. And as you can see, there is plenty of destruction. Though, that doesn't mean that it's open for the taking. The big winners in terms of surface-to-air missiles... Congrats, who wins the giveaway? It was Skitsy! Skitsy gets the F4 Phantom. But these SA6s, these geckos, have really been pulling their weight in a big way. I think at least 3 or 4 planes have gone down. And here we have Arcano dropping AGM-154s here. Long-range glide bombs. So, AGM-154 is going out towards Al-Mazira FOB. There is a J-11 here heading in to fight them off, but the bombs are already dropped. As my game freezes. Come on, DCS. Oh. Okay. AGM-154s. I think these ones might be clusters. guys see things moving on the ground? The units are moving around. BL unit. Oh, look, these cluster munitions come out here. Landing on the SA-6, but it was already dead. And this one was too. So no effect just yet, but definitely worth making sure that they're down. Is there a respawn limit? 1 life only. 1 ping only. What's the time at the moment? Where am I? What time is it? What's going on? What time is it in Zulu? Did I misread how long it's been? Damn, there's an hour left to go. Okay. That's why everyone's playing very carefully. These guys are really good. They definitely are. As Technitinium takes off again in a J11, and I freeze the stream again. Spicy raindrops are very true. Okay, Technitinium here already has a 120 coming out from Arcano at really long range, actually. That's like a 31 nautical mile shot, but if you're not expecting it, it can catch you off guard. $18.48 Zulu at the moment. Okay, we've got an hour to go. Majoji here is getting risky by trying to head towards Al Mazira Fob. But if he's unlucky, Chuck may find him. And as you'd expect, Majoji has put themselves on the ground, actually, as the Dongos come to support. With that MI8 on the ground, I don't think Chuck's going to be able to get it. Not without strafing. Alright, Onira, thank you for being here. Have good lunch. Hey, Kenny Diddy Cool, how are you? I'm so hungry, man. Okay, Chuck has a bunch of PL-12s fired at him. Got to be really careful, though, because there is an SA-8 here with 5 missiles left. And it would love nothing more than to shoot at a wayward F-16. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Is it tracking him, though? Doesn't quite look like it. Must not be in range. Okay, Chuck is defensive now, which should give Majoji the chance to take back off again. That's a good way to stress yourself out. Having to land your helicopter because there's a plane coming to kill you. Technitinium's operating out of Kiryat Shimona, but hopefully he's not going into land because that airfield is out of commission. Okay, Arcano drops 2 more AGM-154s at a 22 nautical mile range. For a brief moment, I thought he might have dropped those J-Sows on Majoji. Arcano, of course, being able to use the targeting pod here to get information, dropping all of those racks. So if anyone would like a BRU-57 rack, and you live in this neighborhood down here, you're about to get one delivered for free, along with a free canoe. Hello, Bravo Strom, how'd you go? Good flying today. Looks like Majoji's taken back off now, with his teammates above him. Nice flying, Bravo Strom. How'd you go? They're firing AIM-120s at Technitinium, who's getting very close as well to the NASAMS battery, but turning around just in time. Oh, I'm sad that we're not getting another flight out of the Su-25T. Oh, look, everyone's making friends in chat. That's what we like to see. Gorgeous landing by Dongo 42. Those AGM 154s are getting to where they need to be. Okay, there go the bomblets. And dropping all over the place, but did they hit anything? Looks like it's another drop on an already dead unit. One SA6 they need to get is over here. SA8, rather. But that's easier said than done when you're currently battling the majority of the Dongo army. 2 more AGM 154s heading out towards the FOB. Okay, they've got a fair way left to go. Okay. I wonder if you can shoot them down in air is my, as a possibility. But we need more blue jets to get up into the air. Chiru here is still playing with the Patriot battery. Is loaded with harms and is looking to cause some damage. How's the Northern Front? The Northern Front is inactive at the moment. Everything is happening in the south. Majoji is going to witness these AGM 154s landing in real time. Hopefully these ones are going for the SA-8. I mean, the ground forces have been comprehensive in their attacks. Looks like the ground commander had the right idea of moving the units. As these cluster munitions land, but the SA-8 is out of position. This thing continues to survive against all odds as it drives away from the cluster bombs. Cool. Majoji's coming in now. The hero of logistics. Looking to occupy the zone. Don't crash into a shilka. Oh my god. Everything Majoji does stresses me out. Is the ground commander going to shoot him? Ground commander's threatening to blow him up. Gary looks happy in his truck. Yeah, he's having a good time. He's taking part in the Syrian incident and having a great time. Okay, Majoji deploys an Igla. Where is it? There's a BMP-3, an SA-8, 2 ZSUs, and another SA-8. Okay. Yokina here, looking to make something happen. And Chiru is dropping ordnance as well. The first of the J-SOWs coming off the wings. But if memory serves me correctly, the NASAMs should actually intercept them. So they may not have any massive effect. Yerkina is left largely alone here on the blue western side. Equipped with harms, but getting pushed by J11s. Kiro dropping more and more J-Sows. The NASAMs are all fully loaded. Well, you know, there's only so much you can do with a fan. Technitinium here is running towards Rosh Pina. Hopefully he realizes he's getting very close to a NASAM's battery. Getting super close, within 3 nautical miles of that NASAM's battery. And there are AIM-120s heading up in the sky. Is it targeting the plane or is it targeting the J-Sows? It's targeting the plane. That Shilka looked offended somehow. Well, it was half exploded, so... Okay. The NASAM's battery is not going to tolerate these J-Sows. And is intercepting them enthusiastically. One of them's still going, though. That's the last one. And what about this one? No dice. The NASAM's battery takes it out. Technitinium is flying straight over the NASAMs. It's right there, just on his left. Oh my goodness, he's so close. It's visible. But the NASAMs isn't firing. But a Stinger comes off the rails. Doesn't look like the Stinger's got the legs to make the distance. As the R-27s that were fired at Arcano are successfully defeated. Chuck and Yerkina are facing off against Patara, Dongo 3-1, Merrick, and Dongo 2-1. Okay. Loads of missiles going in all directions here. Two harms have been fired. The NASAM's intercepting them, but one... Nah. Not going to get away with that. Technitinium getting chased by Arcano here. Does Kiryat have SAMs now? It does. There is an SA-8 net at Kiryat and an SA-15. It's a fully resupplied airbase now. Though I believe the runway is still out of commission. A very close range shot here against Yerkina. An R-27 ET. Infrared guided. Loses track. Fires an AIM-120. Would this be the end of the Great Technitinium? I don't think so, unless something crazy happens. Okay, no luck. It would be incredible for Tech to go through all of this and then forget that the runway doesn't work at Kiryat and crash there. Poor old Chiro is not getting much done all alone. As Majoji has gotten back down on the ground as the F-16s are coming out again. Missile off the rails. It's a relatively short-range shot towards Merrick at 8 nautical miles. Merrick's going to have to defend really hard here. Merrick gets away from it. Expert level flying on display here. And what about Bob? Thank you for coming in. What about Bob? What were you up to? I hope you're having a good stream today. And I hope that everything was going your way. What did you get up to? Chuck here is doing his best, is flying with his air brakes out, which is not what you want to do. Make sure you support the people who support me, like what about Bob? Launching an AIM-120 with your air brakes out is tricky. 7 nautical mile shot, so it's going to be in the no escape zone. And Arcano here is coming out, but has an R77 going for him. Arcano's massively out of position. Drops his ordnance, but this is going to be tricky to get away from. Okay, lucky it was an R77, because if that was a PL-12, and Technotinium's coming in to try and finish the job, another PL-12 coming off the rails, 8.7 nautical miles, but it goes for the terrain. Lucky thing too, because Arcano could have been in serious trouble. The tenacity of these MiGs, you're not wrong. They are aggressively pushing. More AGM-154s are coming in now, but it's already been established that they're not having a huge effect. They're hitting targets that have already been destroyed and occasionally causing trouble. Technotinium's got an AIM-120 coming for him. Defending with everything he's got, and you see it explode behind him. Sam's finally got bothered by him being there. Majoji is taking this opportunity, now that the airspace is cleared up, to take off again. Stream was good until Mike died? Oh, it's always the worst when it happens. Some helo work on Burning Skies. I see. Very nice. AB plus air brakes? Yeah. Get the maximum amount of air into your engine so you can use as much fuel as possible. Well, that sounds like good fun to me. Which helicopter were you flying? What about Bob? The MiGs are absolutely carrying their own here. Despite being at a little bit of a technological disadvantage, you would think they are excellently fighting. I mean, 8 nautical miles is not really, oh no, don't tell me he's going for it. Heck, this runway's destroyed. Unless it's been fixed. But he might just explode here. Okay, maybe it has been fixed. But the crater's still there. No. Runway's heavily damaged. And Technotinium breaks his landing gear. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Oh, no. Oh, 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 oh my god. That's not easy. And he's on the dirt, too. Ugh. Poor Technotinium. Alright, Technotinium is safe on the ground. The MiGs are leaving Majoji to his own devices. Chiru is heading back to Palmyra. So it looks like the only one who's pushing forward at the moment is Majoji, who is getting every inch of distance that he can. Never skip leg day, that's the truth. And I had leg day yesterday, and you can bet that my legs don't work. Getting a little bit quieter now, guys. As you can imagine, I have been yapping and commentating for 5 hours and 15 minutes, so energy levels are draining a little bit. The crates come out of the MI8. Hell of a choice of camouflage. Works around Mars. I mean, he's been doing nothing but work, and that's an ammo truck. What's your opinion on forcing wingtip vortices inward by using bell-shaped span load and introducing virtual thrust by negative wingtip dihedral, reducing induced drag while simultaneously attributing to dynamically stable perverse yaw? Yeah, but the planes look stupid. The planes that are built for that look dumb. Okay, so Majoji has managed to drop off. That's so cheeky. An Igla team. That's cool. That's gonna be a real pain in the ass. Oh, Technotinium has managed to fix up here. But will he be able to take off is the question. Southwest. Oh my god. Killer Dog. I didn't see this coming. Killer Dog in an F-14 firing AIM 54s at E3s. The Phoenixes come in. And they both miss. They're outmaneuvered by the E3. The missiles don't make it. Oh, Phoenixes suck. Killer Dog, have you got anything left? Okay, Killer Dog's still got 4 Phoenixes. Another Phoenix away. It's beginning its journey. Okay, so the AWACS is trying to turn away as best it can. Yerkina here is in an F-15E, but may not be close enough to do anything about it. And all this AWACS can do is run away. Missile is traveling at 1,400 knots. Hey guys, don't be mean to the Phoenix missile. The E-3 Sentries are very stealthy aircraft. Watch this one miss too. This one looks like it might have potential. Oh, is it going to get outmaneuvered? And the AWACS gives it the slip. Oh my god. Killer Dog. If I was Killer Dog, I'd be so pissed off right now. Our last lap. We are witnessing the Phoenix in its natural habitat, forming exactly as expected in aerial combat. Killer Dog. Oh my god. I bet he didn't come. I bet he wishes now that he didn't come into my chat and ask me to look. Can AWACS jam? Not very well. I mean, it's a very small target, okay? It's a very small target. 13 nautical miles. Oh, I'd be so pissed off. Let's see what else is going on. Not too much happening elsewhere on the battlefield. Yeah. Accidentally got out. What's the airframe of a Boeing E3 Century? Is it a... I forget. Okay. If this one misses, I'm uninstalling DCS, and I'm going to be a full-time BMS streamer now. It didn't even loft. Yay! Uh-oh, now I can't find it. It just got removed from existence, so it's gone. It is no longer existing. Okay, Killer Dog finally manages to get it, and it only took 4 Phoenixes to shoot down a 787 or whatever it is. He should take out the tanker as well, just to be double annoying. But we have Chuck here, who is looking as if they might be coming to get him. Tomcats. That's true. Now Killer Dog has to contend with Yurkina and Chuck being very, very angry. And this plane is set up to go as fast as it possibly can. You can love the Tomcat backseat. It's radar heaven. It totally is, actually, Onira. It would come to you quite comfortably, I think. And Yurkina fires an AIM 120 at Killer Dog at 30 nautical miles. Killer Dog fires a Phoenix. Be careful, guys. There's a Phoenix in the air. Nah, don't worry about it too much. It's just a Phoenix. You need to get into DCS soon? You couldn't have picked a better time, Onira. All of the developers of the game are fighting with each other, and Killer Dog has a standard missile coming for him, which is bad. As he is now getting shot at by the boat. And standard missiles don't tend to miss. Isle. Panicking in a Tomcat together with your crew can be peak comedy. It can be. It can also be the most aggravating thing you've ever done. Oof. Well, one F-14 for an AWACS is not the worst trade in the world. It's the ship that gets the kill. Meanwhile, Arcano managed to do huge damage by dropping some GBUs. And in fact, Arcano manages to take out that freshly built set of Igla teams. I wonder how he knew it was there. But yes, if you guys want to get into Knob Heaven, then the backseat of an F-14 is great. Okay, so the Phoenix is not going to find Yokina. American Patara evading, doing good work in their MiG-29s. But the Reds have not managed to harvest as many Boeing E-3 Sentries as they did last time. They managed to take out a whole slew of them. In fact, does the blue team have any kind of AWACS at the moment? If they're completely without coverage, then they are likely to be completely blind here. And that's not going to make things easy. What's this over here? What's this aircraft carrier doing here? Where's all your buddies? His AIM-54s are so bad. Killer dog. I couldn't believe it. When you watch the VOD, you'll barely be able to believe what happened. These boats are pretty big, hey? Probably needs a lot of paint. Your mission's complete. Well done, well done, well done. But you didn't take out the KC-135, and that's really what's keeping the blue team alive at the moment. They need that air-to-air refueling, man. There's going to be an ad break in a minute, guys. An ad break in a minute. It's trying to make something happen. Oh, it's Truman, be careful. What else have we got in the sky at the moment? We've got Majoji here, and Technitinium has actually managed to take off again on the damaged runway. If you had to sink a carrier, how would you do it? I would sneak onto the carrier with a great big No, in fact, I would sneak onto the carrier with one of those hand-powered drills. You know, the old-timey drills before you had an electric drill? You had to have one that you would crank with your hand. And I would get into the carrier, and then I'd get on the bottom deck, and I'd drill holes in the bottom of it. Cheeky PVO deployed by Majoji haven't lived long. I guess the position was leaked to blue somehow? Possible. Alternatively, there may have been something that spotted it. I don't know the way that unit identification works, but it may well have been visible, or at the very least, the GCI probably took a note of where that helicopter landed. If I had to guess, if you keep track of this helicopter on the AWACS and then you see where it stops, the very, very first thing I'm going to do is send someone with a targeting pod to look right there. Killer Dog is a beast in his F-16. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's fireworks. I thought my house was going to explode. Technotinium fires a PL-12 at Chuck. This is like a surface-to-air launch. Chuck's going to be in trouble here, but the missile is slowing down. Okay, Chuck's get away with it. But this AIM-120 is concerning. Chuck flying very close to a friendly AIM-120. But yes, it's good to see the Tomcat do its job. Oh no, is this the end of Majoji? Majoji's got 2 AMRAAMs coming in. AIM-120's coming out for Majoji, who's at 3,300 feet. Oh. First one took him. First one damaged him, second one fragged him. Bugger. Okay, we have Dongo 25 here in just an Su-25T, looking to transition from one area to the next. But a sad end for the legendary Majoji, who carried the red team on his back, I think. An excellent demonstration of helicoptering, and clap, 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 clap. Big claps for Majoji, probably one of the most influential players of the day. So well done. Okay. Chuck here is over at Rosh Pina after a very exciting tangle with Technotinium that fortunately didn't result in anyone being lost. We have Tara here in the skies. But who else have we got airborne? Looks like it's just Patara and Chuck at the moment, along with Dongo 2-1 and 4-2. Uh-oh. But we've got some pretty badly damaged landing gear here. Looks like Chuck's gone and landed at Rosh Pina. I wonder if he'll just be getting more fuel here. Please remember to close your air brakes. Okay. I'm excited to see how this landing goes, because this is the kind of landing that can kill you. Here they come. Oh, gentle. Very gentle. Even aero braking as well, with pop tires. I wonder what broke them. I wonder what broke his wheels. If it was me, I would have deployed the parachute, but I guess it's a long enough runway. Rush penis. I bet you would. If there was any here, I bet you'd be running over there and getting on your knees. Very nice landing, Dongo 4-2. So, Patara and Dongo 2-1 still in the air. Chuck here looking like they're just getting some sips. What else have we got in the sky? Not much. Got a KC-135. Torn gears like the HMD projectors. Hello, Majoji. Well done. White Raven delivery and lifting service. You can call us anytime. We'll be there anytime, any distance. Majoji, I hope you had some good music on while you were flying to Cyprus and back again. You really must really like being in an MI8. But to be fair, I'm never going to complain about the MI8 getting some action. No, don't tell me he's taking off with his air brakes out. Just making sure we're using plenty of fuel here. Probably wondering why his plane isn't going very fast. And our Cano may have just crashed out. Chuck takes off with his air brakes out. Oh! Come on! A missile comes off the rails, an early launch here, but PL-12's already coming out towards Chuck from 2-1 Dongo. Chuck's going to have a hard time getting away with his air brakes open. No hits. But, oh, there we go. Air brakes are closed. Nice. Chuck gets away. But Patara is coming in now. 17 minutes left in the day. Airshow got an air brake PTSD unlocked today. I've never seen it happen this many times. I have never seen it happen this many times. Ever. Every person on both teams flying F-16s has taken off with their air brakes open. That's good, Majoji. You flew really well. Great helicoptering. Taking the time to participate in events like this, I think, is definitely a worthwhile thing to do. And it's only possible to... Ooh. Thanks to the participants and the organisers. Don't notice until you go land, the F-16 still goes as fast. No, you're exactly right, Aguiles. That's part of the problem. We were talking about this 5 hours ago, but, oh, the NASAMS is firing at Patara. We're talking about this about 5 hours ago, but, the speed brake indicator in the F-16 is really hard to see, and it's a really inconvenient place for it to be. I never look at it. Okay, the MiG-29 turns around. Chuck gets saved by the skin of his teeth. But there's more 120s coming. With just a little bit of time left, guys, if you're having a good time, don't forget you can hit that follow button down below. In addition to this, links to my Discord and to my Twitter have been in chat periodically. Look, there's one now. I run a welcoming aviation-centric community that focuses on inclusivity. Because they assigned the wrong button in HOTAS for air brakes. I used to do it inverted, now it's fixed. Oh. Another launched Chuck and Dongo 2-1. An ET coming out towards this F-16, but as ETs tend to do, it's fallen for the flares instantly and is not tracking. What's this server called? This is an event called Syrian Incident, hosted by... Sorry. Oh, my stomach. I am so out of energy. Dongo 2.5 is going in towards the NASAMS battery, but it's still active, which is the problem. And Technotinium is taking off again. This is an event being hosted for participating squads. Getting a bit better at remembering. Yeah, sometimes I'll just hit the close air brake button for no reason other than I want to make sure I close my air brakes. I'm curious about what Dongo's going to do here, Dongo 2.5. Well, my attitude towards DCS has never been that it's especially about winning or losing, but participating and having fun in playing DCS is fantastic. Because we are all basically here because we really like airplanes. Okay, he's 14 nautical away. Chuck's getting chased really hard here. And it's pretty far away from anyone who can help him. Is it a public event? No, it isn't, but I'll give you a link to the event. There you go. Okay, Technotinium's going in, but it's Dongo 2.5 that I'm interested in the most. Look at how hard they're chasing Chuck down here. And he fires the KH-25s. Okay. These are MPs, so these are anti-radiation. I would be amazed if these make it through. The NASAMs have 5 missiles each. They're just going to shoot him down. Unless... Why isn't the NASAMs firing? Do they know? Is the NASAMs turned off? I think the NASAMs is turned off. These KH-25s are guiding towards the Rolands. That's one impact. One of them successfully makes it through. How is that Roland... What? That can't be right. A KH-25 direct hit? That's a huge missile on a Roland? Unbelievably unlucky. Okay. Oh, and Chuck is in so much trouble. He's got missiles chasing him. Oh, and there goes Chuck! Oh, they chase down Chuck, but Dongo 2-1 has a Patriot going for him, but it manages to dodge it by going down to 1,000 feet. Poor Chuck, getting chased down by almost the entire Red Force. Now Dongo 2.5, with the NASAMS battery switched off. He's going to be in serious trouble if someone switches this thing on. He's currently 8 nautical away. Okay. I'm biting my knuckles because he's 6 nautical miles away from a NASAMS battery. And he's firing KH-29s, TV-guided missiles. Big boys. Oh, look, the camera head is animated. I never knew that. Where is it going? Okay, it's en route. Look, Mom, I'm on TV. The Gepards are firing at it. It's a big missile, so... Oh, the Roland decides to take things into its own hands. Is he going to go for another one? KH-25s, rather... Got 8 minutes left. 8 Minuten. 8 Minuten. Going in for the attack again. I want to see this missile launch. Looks like the NASAMS has turned back on. This is going to be difficult to get away from in an Su-25T. It is slowing down, though. I think attacking Rosh Pina is going to become a maximum priority for the Reds in the next day to come. Looks like Dongo 25 has managed to make it back to base. Technitinium's heading home as well. Okay, so left we have Dongo's going in again. We'll see if he's got what it takes to take on the NASAMS, which has already fired. But this might not be a bad idea to exhaust it of its ammunition. It can carry up to 24 missiles though, so you could be doing this for a long time. And It looks like Dongo25 has managed to get away from it. 4 minutes remaining. I just need to go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Everyone's returning to base. Dongo 2-1 is down and safe. Titanium's heading in for landing as well. Much easier to tell if the air brake is on in the SC-27 because it's huge. Whereas the F-16 ones, you have to kind of lean over the back of your head a little bit. Always good to bleed a little bit of speed if you're going too fast. There's that air brake I was talking about. Though you could probably land halfway up the runway at Beirut Rafik and you'd still not go off the end. There's an airport designed for big passenger airliners, so... you'll probably be able to stop in a quarter of the space. And there we have Titanium down and safe, meaning that the last aircraft in the air are Dongo 25 and Dongo 42. Let's keep up with this Su-25T, because who knows, next time we'll get to see one. Those 8-barreled launchers here are the Vickers missiles, which you might be familiar with. F-14 Rio does look fun. Hey, it's like being in a flying SAM site. You watched a few videos? Maybe we'll be able to get this robot into the skies. We can get him away from boats. And it's a naval aircraft. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 1600 Zulu? Wait, no. So you can tell it's not 1600. Welcome to 8 PM Zulu time. Today's event is over. One last look at the battlefield. In the north, unconclusive fighting happened between the Chinese squadrons in the north of the red team and the several squadrons of the Blues that were mostly operating out of Gaziantep, but there was no severe damage dealt on either side, just a few SAM batteries taking damage. The 343rd took off from Incirlik and flew down towards Cyprus uncontested and attacked Kingsfield Air Base. But that caused inconclusive amounts of damage. Eventually, the 51st PVO flew out along with some resources and pushed them away from Cyprus, at which point they returned to base to Incirlik, one pilot going to Gazi Pasta. On the eastern side, good progress was made. The Al-Walid FOB was lost by the red team, was lost by the blue team, and was recovered by the red team after a combined arms effort requiring siege strikes. On the western side is where the majority of the battle took place, with an enormous fight happening for Kiryat Shimona. Beyond Kiryat Shimona, which was captured from the Blues by the Reds in a large operation mostly emitting from Damascus and from Beirut Rafik. The Blues unfortunately lost several valuable assets there. Rosh Pina Air Base was one of the central axes of attack, and this NASAMS battery came under enormous suppression of enemy air defense attacks, but managed to endure it without taking damage. One missile almost managing to successfully engage the target. On the left-hand side, an F-14 flying a solo mission managed to engage and destroy the blue AWACS, subsequently being shot down by a SM-2 fired by the fleet, as the Su-25T comes down safely. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your company today. I hope that you had a good time during Syrian incident. I know I did. There will be more Syrian incident to come. The next missions will be taking at different times of day and in different weather conditions, which means that there's going to be an opportunity for all kinds of flying, and things are only just getting started. If you liked my content, don't forget to hit the follow button down below. Don't forget to say thank you very much to the 51st PVO as well, who took an enormous amount of effort to organise this event, and all of our support staff as well, including people like Alpha Gator, Eagle Eye, and plenty of others, Master Arm servers, of course, making all of this possible. Other than that, that's it for today. I hope that you guys enjoy your weekend. I'm sure there's still a few Halloween parties left to go, and lots of good fun left to be had. I myself will be back streaming on Monday for another DCS event, and potentially just doing a little bit of my own stuff. We'll see what happens, but it's a pleasure to have you. Don't forget to engage with my Discord and my Twitter to catch me when I am not flying. Otherwise, I wish you all the very best, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much, and good night.